All right. Good afternoon. We'll do it live. Yeah, so one thing I'm noticing. These Marius missions get kind of ridiculously difficult. Like, not that they're hard to do, but the chance of you completing them, like, comes down to RNG so much that I really don't like it. So this one that's over my head, right there. Obtain one set of mythical boots from any dungeon. They have to be mythical and they have to be boots. And it's like your drop chance for a mythic is like, I don't know, it's like 2% or something like that. So 1 in 50, and then you have 6 different pieces. You know, so it's 1 in 300, which means if you get on a bad streak, it could be like 1,000 runs. And we're talking about, 20 energy per dungeon. So let me actually go to, I'm interested. I want to know what the actual drop rate is. Let me go check. Maybe I'm off here. There's a thing in hellhades.com. I'll pull it up for you once I find it. That gives you the drop rates in the different areas. I've only seen it a couple of times before. I forget exactly where it is. Give me a second. I will get it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me show you. Okay, so this is it's part of the raid stages tool. There's just this tab, right? It says rewards. So if you go to the raid stages tool and you put in the stage that you, sorry, I'm a little close to the microphone, that you are farming. So let's say I'm farming, stage 10 Dragon's Lair. You got a 1.6% chance of a 6-star mythical and 3.4% chance of a 5-star mythical. So it's better than I thought, right? So this is 5%. You have a 5%, not a 3% chance, or whatever I said, 1% chance. 5% chance of a mythical. And then it's got to be boots. But apparently later on, as you progress, like in the next batch, there are ones where you have to obtain 3 mythicals of the same piece. Like 3 mythical chest plates. So that's, if it's 5%, let's do this. I'm in a rabbit hole right now. Let me, I just got to figure this out. It's been bothering me because I've been working on this for days. So here's my calculator. So it's a 5% chance of a drop. Right. And then actually, let's do it the other way so we can see it more clearly. So 5% drop means 20 runs on average. But there are 6. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Well, it's a 99.5% chance you'll get an artifact. So it's a little, yeah, that's fine. We can do that. So, and then there's 6 pieces of gear, right? And then you need 3 of, but it's a specific, I guess. Then you need 3. So on average, it's going to be 7,000 energy to clear those. Just like, I think that's enough. I think it's too much. So for this particular mission, I have probably run, it's supposed to be 20 runs. Is that 5% chance to get mythical? No, 5%, 120 runs. It's supposed to be 120 runs. I haven't run 120 runs, have I? I've probably run about, I'm closing in on 100. I think. Just so much energy. And, you have fusions on top of that and Titan events on top of that. So, like, unless you're doing it during a dragon, well, I guess it could be any tournament, right? As long as you can clear stage 10. I can't clear stage 10 of Fire Knight hard mode yet, but I can clear the other 3 hard modes. Although, Ice Golem is Ice Golem. Ice Golem is slow. It's like a 3.5 minute clear. Whereas Dragon is like, I want to say a minute clear, maybe less. How fast is my dungeon clear? Yeah, I'm in 34, and so on average it's probably like 140 or something. And then Spider's fast. But of course, Spider drops accessories, so you can't use this for, certain missions. Anyway, that's the thing that's bothering me with Raid today. Let me resize this and get into chat for a second. Now, things don't bother me with Raid every day. Like most of the days, I'm okay with Raid. Raid's a great game, and stuff doesn't bother me too much. But every once in a while, like, come on, man. Hello, Ken Chan, Ian Godwin, Silver Bullet, Francis, Zachary, Rock. Burso, good to see you. Zachary, Zonde, Alex is here. Mafia 08. Hoping I get a takeover. I could really use the help with my unkillable team for clan boss. And then Caveman and Sauce are in the house. Good to see everybody. Sorry I started a little bit late. Every day is baby day. So my voice is a little rough today. Hopefully I'll smooth out as I talk more. Have we seen Sun's picture? You guys like Sun's picture, huh? you enjoy? He's right here. He's always hanging out. He never goes anywhere. He's very helpful. Look, he's always ready to help. That is Sun. Is it free takeover today? It is free takeovers every Tuesday. Sorry. It is free takeovers every Tuesday. Yeah. I'll explain that in a little bit. So, I got to get in there to the Discord and do a little housekeeping. Son usually ends up joining us, but he's got a new job, and so his schedule is different than he used to be. So I try not to put extra expectations on him to do stuff here. He's getting settled in. Doing well, apparently. I mean, I hope he's. Haven't heard otherwise. Hi, Martha. Sunday, you got your Ultra Nightmare and Nightmare 1 key up and running. Thanks to pulling above extender. That's awesome. Yeah, I am still hip deep in the Wixwell stuff. I've got one more video coming for y'all probably in the next few days. I was hoping to get it out this weekend, but that didn't happen. I don't feel like like every day is a new experience when you have a brand new baby, and he's awesome, by the way. He's doing great, and thanks for all the support, the positive messages. He's fantastic. He's a great baby. He's actually pretty chill. So when I think about the experience we're having, which is a challenge and an adjustment, and then I think about people, who are single parents, I'm like, oh my God, that must have been incredibly difficult. And then I think about single parents who have fussier babies than I do. And I'm like, oh my God, like you would go insane. So I have a lot of sympathy right now for people who've gone through that kind of thing. Because we have a great baby. We have a baby who's not, he doesn't like just, I don't think he's the least fussy baby of all time. But, I would say he's probably more like average. He's like average fussiness. He does fuss. He has, he's still figuring stuff out. He's not sleeping through the night. It's none of that stuff. Like I have friends whose like baby started sleeping through the night like 2 weeks. I'm like, no, that's not gonna happen. So we've been getting 2.5 hour chunks of sleep at a time. He sleeps for 2.5 hours. But in the last couple of days, that's extended a little bit. So it got to about 3.5 hours. And last night he slept for 4.5 hours. So hopefully we're getting closer to him sleeping longer chunks, which lets us get more sleep, which would be very nice. Dinky, good to see you. Hey, David. Zachary has 5 kids. Wow. Yeah, this is my only child. And so, I want to be mindful of the fact that like other parents have less support than we do. So I don't want to be here, saying, oh my gosh, this is really, really hard. It's a challenge. It is a challenge and an adjustment. And I think that's true for all parents. You go from not being a parent to being a parent for the first time. And that's a pretty tricky transition. But we're doing great. My wife's doing really well. And the baby's awesome. Yeah, what's sleep? Exactly. Zachary hasn't slept since before the first kid, probably. You have 5 kids. And it's so weird to think at one time you had no kids, and now you have 5 kids. Hey, Jan Eric. I'm sorry, is that Jan Eric or Jan Eric? I just assumed it was Jan Eric. I don't know if that was a fair assumption. All right, so let me, now that I've caught you all up. Hey, Matt Davis. Yeah, right. We could go see a movie on a whim. We could do anything we wanted. I mean, we have a dog, we got a dog almost 4 years ago. And it was like, oh, you got to plan around the dog now. And you're like, oh, that's a commitment. And it changes the way it changes your freedom, right? You either have to take the dog with you when you go places, or you have to find like a dog sitter. And you're like, wow, okay, that does change things. We went to Europe last year for a wedding, and we were gone for almost 2 weeks, and we had to, board our dog. And that was a little stressful. We love our dog, and we had never been away from her for that long. But it's a dog. You could just hand it off to somebody and be like, feed her, take her out. This is her schedule. And like the woman who we boarded her with is a vet tech. So she has a bunch of her own dogs and other animals. They love animals. So we felt very comfortable. But you can't do the same thing with your kid, like, hey, yeah, I got a 3-month-old baby. We want to go to Europe for 2 weeks. Can I just hand them to you? It's like, no. That's a different thing. Hey, Jacob. What are we talking about? About spiderlings? Spiderlings AI works. Oh, you want to know how it works? You have a void-only account, and they don't attack your cold heart despite the fact that she has the lowest defense. So spiderlings attack the most killable champion, and they start with weak affinity. So there's like a hierarchy of decision making in terms of targeting, and this is true for every fight. Like every fight, there's a targeting kind of algorithm in terms of deciding who gets hit. And so some skills it says specifically like hits the champion with the highest attack or crit rate or crit damage or whatever. And then normal targeting, it's always weak affinity. So if you have a void only team, then everybody is always neutral affinity, right? So you take that off the board, okay? And then there's some other factors, but one of the factors is, let me show you. Okay, so one of the factors here, this is gonna bother me. Let me okay. So if I'm putting together a team, right? Actually, let's get off this. Let's look at this one. Okay. So this is my stage 9 spider dungeon. So we have a spirit affinity. So that means force affinity is going to be weak. So on this team, we know that Sissia Flametongue would be the target. Now, let's say I had a slightly different team. Let's say I didn't have Mithrala here, and then I don't know, it doesn't matter. I had a second force affinity champion. Now it's in terms of the order of placement in the team, okay? This is for like the first targeting. So it would be Nishak over Sissia because this is technically spot 2, right? So it's the leader and then goes up and then down and then up and then down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can always tell that by just like if you just put them in order, you see how they go in order. Like that's how you know, right? Like how they auto, like if I'm not placing somebody, if I'm just, clicking, they go in order. Okay. So so here's Nishak, then Sissia, and then whoever else I've got. Doesn't matter. So it's going to be Nishak. But there's also AoE damage in the fight, right? Like there's other damage in the fight. So once champions start taking damage, there's a chance for this to change because the boss is going to be looking and the attackers are going to be looking to try to kill one of your champions. So let's say you get hit with an AoE and that brings Sissia's health, or even like let's say it was like this, right? Like Sissia is always all the way in the back. But if her health got low, like lower than Nishak's, then the spiderlings would like pass Nishak and go for Sissia. And that calculation isn't based on defense, it's based on HP remaining. Okay, how much HP like you have. And it's a calculation, typically it's a calculation based on percentage. However, it's also like killability, like how close you are to dead, right? And so if you don't have very much HP, like if you don't have a large HP pool, you're going to be targeted. So if you want Cold Heart to be the target, if you want somebody specifically to be the target, right, then they need to take more damage. And if everybody's the same affinity, like what's going to happen is the leader will always take the first hit. Like the leader will be the target. Unless there's a reason to switch, right? The leader is kind of by default the target. So if you had all void affinity champions, like Cardiel here will be the target. And we can actually show that. Let me put that together. Let's see. Let's do let's get maybe like this. All right. I kind of want to, I don't want to burn 20 energy and just waste it, but I may as well. All right. So this should be Cardiel should take the first hit. Now buffs can change that. So the buffs that will change it are counterattack, and I think increased defense and strengthen and maybe shields. So So if people have different buffs, like if one champion has counterattack, he might be avoided. But okay, let's go ahead and just. I don't think this team's going to be able to win. We don't have enough damage. Could have brought in Skrank or something, but. Whoops. I'm a little surprised that she didn't get revived off of Godseekers. Maybe more than one person died. All right, well, now it's not going to, because everybody's hurt now. So whatever. I guess I couldn't do it. Because I'm too fast. Wow, that ally protect just killed Physics so hard, didn't it? So at this point, once they start attacking, let's see what happens. It's either going to be Cardiel or it's going to be Painkeeper. You can see the Painkeeper is hurt, right? Everybody else is basically full HP. So let's see what happens when the Spiderlings start attacking. They're attacking Painkeeper. Now it's because Painkeeper was already hurt. Now if we can get everybody up to full health, which it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do, it might swap off of Painkeeper. If we could get everybody to full health, it would go back to Cardiel. So you have to kind of calculate the way, the tricky thing about the Spider hard mode is that you can't turn meter control the boss. However, if you're running normal, then you can turn meter control the boss. And then the boss isn't going to get turns, and then the Spiderlings are easier to predict, right? Because here, you take AoE damage, and so your defense does matter. But in the regular Spider, like if you go to Spider just normal mode, let me do that. So let's say we do, got 2 cold hearts here. And then let me stick with Godseeker. Hey, Ephemeral. Hey, Darren. All right, so again, this is now stage, we don't need stage 25. Let's just do stage 20. All right, so now we have a situation, we should do it like this. We put our cold hearts in the back. So again, now Cardiel should take the hit. Because what's going to happen is the boss is never going to go. All right, got to get around to this. All right, so since the boss doesn't get a turn, sorry about that. All right, so now when the Spiderlings go, they should be attacking Cardiel. Nope, they're why are they attacking? Why are they attacking that cold heart? That shouldn't have happened. Cardiel has a shield. Cardiel has a shield buff because he has a blood shield ring. So you see, this cold heart does not have a shield, and Cardiel does have a shield. So now you can also see the HP on this this cold heart's very low. Right? This cold heart has a shield. Visix and Godseeker both have shields as well. So the spiderlings are attacking the champ who doesn't have a shield. Let's see, does she get a shield? She doesn't get a shield, so she doesn't have a shield. So everybody's avoiding the shield. That's why this Cold Heart's being attacked. So that's just, yeah, I didn't know how everybody was built, so I didn't realize everybody was going to have a shield. But so what happens is, like, there's this algorithm, right? And all that's happening is the boss is checking, or the spiderlings are checking everybody and saying who is the most killable champion. And this Cold Heart is the only one who doesn't have a shield, and so they kind of skip over the people who have a shield. Now, it doesn't mean that they won't attack somebody with a shield, but let's say everybody has a shield. Then, right now, you don't avoid that buff. Now you look for somebody who's really killable. If I do something like this, provoke, then obviously Vizix is going to get attacked because now she's provoked the spiderlings, so I can use that to keep somebody alive. So there's this whole complex kind of calculation you have to make. It's not super complex, but it's like you have to check every box. And basically, you know, you say, is this scenario going to happen? No. Then the next one's going to happen. 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 No. So it's like you just, you know, you keep going down until you get to one and you're just like, is it this scenario? Yes. Oh, it's this scenario. You know, so if you're going all void, targeting will be trickier because you're not able to force a target through weak affinity. And that is the first check. The very first check is weak affinity. And so you have to figure out all of this stuff. So I've done a video on on clan boss stun targeting, and that has most of this stuff in it. And then I know Saf, so HH Gaming, Saphira did a video on stun targeting as well. And the rules that apply for the clan boss stun targeting are generally the rules that apply for targeting for most enemies. Although there are some differences. So you always have to read the, you know, you have to read the fight description to make sure. Because some skills are, they fire based on completely different things. But for the most part, that's how targeting works. That wasn't the best explanation. I'm still a little frazzled. I was up until 6:30 a.m. last night. So this morning, I was up until 6 a.m. Yeah, Jacob, I hope that helped. What I would try is if you are trying to stop somebody from being a target, you can do things like move them further back in the turn order. You can put a blood shield ring on them. You can also use this mastery. There's a mastery, steadfast mastery, which acts like a buff, and so like the clan boss kind of avoids this buff. But remember that if like two people have the buff, that's different than if one, right? If two people have the buff and they're the same affinity, and they're, I mean, I guess I mean it this way. Like if you put it on all 5 champions, that's the same as nobody having it, right? Like if everybody has it, then everybody's being avoided to equal amount, to the equal extent. And so that doesn't help. Yeah. Anyway. Let's just do some takeover. Hey, Booger. Good to see you. All right, so I'm going to walk everybody through this just quickly like I always do. If you want to take over, the first thing you need to do is sign up to my Discord community. There is a link in the description of this video. Just click there. You can become a member instantaneously of my Discord. In the Discord, in the left-hand column, are all the different channels of the Discord, like all the different server areas. You want to scroll down until you see a place called the Coaching Corner. There are 3 channels there, one of which is called the Wheel of Takeover. Now, in the Wheel of Takeover section, there is a message from Sun. I'm going to reset it right now, so if you already reacted to it, I'm removing all the reactions. So just go ahead and react to that message. It can be any reaction. Don't try to type a response. Just like click an emoji reaction. You know what I mean? And then once you do that, you are entered. In a little bit, I will spin the wheel. Basically, your reaction enters you onto the wheel. I'll spin the wheel, and whatever name comes up wins the takeover. You can only win 1 takeover per 90 days. So if you won in the last 90 days, you are not eligible. In preparation of winning, please have your login information ready. So that's your email address and your password. Also, if you have two-factor authentication, you need to have that available. And as soon as you win, basically, I'll send you a DM in Discord, and you just need to DM me back your login information. I'll get logged in. We'll get the takeover started. And then you can DM me just any requests that you have for your takeover or any limitations. You know, I want a clan boss takeover, but please don't use these champions. We'll talk like that, okay? Now, I'm in a channel called The Coaching Voice. You're going to get access to The Coaching Voice. I want you to join me. And the reason is there is a delay on the broadcast. So rather than hearing me in the stream, you should mute the stream, join the voice channel. You'll hear my voice in real time, and then you can just type responses back to me. You won't have voice permissions, but you will be able to DM me any information that you need. Now, for today, there are no limitations on takeovers, so any takeovers that you want are fine. Did I miss anything? I think that's it. So yeah, so that's what we're going to do. So it is 2:08 right now. I'm going to give it until 2:10, and then we're going to pull our first winner. In the meantime, don't forget to hit the like button for the stream, please. Consider joining or subscribing to the channel. Also, just a reminder, we do have memberships to the channel. So if you are interested in supporting the channel and getting some perks, you see these little icons that some people have, and you get some special emojis, and there's some perks in the Discord community. So some cool stuff. And we always appreciate our members. Shout out to all of our members who are watching today. I apologize to everybody, really, for my low activity in answering comments on videos. I've been trying to get to it, but it's literally like priority, is try to get a video out. So if I'm not getting a video out, I'm not responding to other videos yet. And yeah, so only 2 videos last week, I think, maybe 3. Trying to get back to 4 videos a week if I can. For the first 8 months of this channel, we did I want to say we did 6 videos and 2 live streams every week. And, with the baby and son's new job, we can't keep that pace up. But we're going to try to, keep the content coming. I'm sorry, I got a thing going here. Going to try to keep the content coming. And, we had our Monday planning video yesterday. It's funny because some people really love the Monday planning videos, but they never get a lot of views. We get maybe 1,000 views. I did a video on Wix. Well, my last video on Wixwell did 8,000 views in the first 48 hours or something. Michael, yeah, it's so relaxing watching your stream compared to Ash, who's always hyper pumped up. You know what? I've watched some other streamers, and it does feel like most of the other streamers are more high energy. They're more entertaining. They're more fun. I don't know. It's like I enjoy streaming, and I think I have a good stream, but it's chill. It is chill. It's a different vibe. There's not a lot of music. There isn't a lot of stuff on the screen. I'm not constantly I don't drink when I stream. It's not like that I don't drink, but some guys have a couple of beers on the screen. And they have these. I don't know. It's a different feel. So I'm about teaching. I'm an educator by trade, amongst other things. But so I'm here to help. I want people to get their questions answered. I want to give real in-depth answers to stuff. And it's cool. I mean, I have some of the people here in this stream have been with us for months and months. Hey, Neo. So yeah. So hey, Crop is here too. What do you think about skipping this fusion and take 4 epics to +3, 1 copy? I don't know. It's a hybrid fusion, huh? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Crop, I don't know about skipping this fusion yet. I'm still thinking about it. I could use a break. I've done something like 14 of the last 15, no, it can't be that many. Maybe it's like 11 out of the last 12 fusions. And it's always nice to have a fusion to skip because it's so chill. And I do think that she's skippable. I don't think she's a must fuse. But I kind of like doing the fusions now in the sense of like for the channel, just doing the fusions and creating content on it. And then also just in case the champion later on is discovered to have like a great, use, I want to have access to the champion. But it's highly likely that I'd fuse this champion and then she'd just go in the vault. So I don't know. I do think that if you need to skip a fusion, this is one of the better fusions to skip. Yeah. Hey, Liv. Yeah, we can get some in-depth questions. Neothan says, but really, the chill vibe is why I like your content, and I've been here since last year. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, double digits. One of the things I've noticed is that I've run out of past fragments to get mod from. And it's weird. It's because it's like I haven't failed a fusion in a really long time, and I haven't skipped a fusion in a really long time. And as a result, I don't have enough fragments to turn into mod. So it's like I have to deliberately just get, like, I have to do like 3/4 of a fusion, but not complete it and get a whole bunch of fragments and then keep pushing. I'm only here at 41 fragments on mod, and I've been playing for 3 years. It's like I've used up all of my old fragment failures. And one of the reasons is because it used to happen where either I skipped a lot of fusions, I did, or if I failed a fusion, I would instantly stop collecting fragments. Plus, a long time ago, we didn't have a bunch of fragment fusions. We had a lot of classic fusions. So when I was playing the first year or so, it's like it wasn't even about fragment, right? You had to collect champions. So I'm actually struggling to get mod, and so potentially I could do that. I could just collect like 95 or you could collect 100 fragments. You could get all the fragments, get 110 fragments from something like Astrid here. I could just convert her, right? Exchange her if I wanted to, except Astrid's awesome. So I'm not going to do that. But yeah. All right. I said I was going to go ahead and spin the wheel. It's been a couple extra minutes because I got distracted. Hey, LFC. Good to see you. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that, Neo. You've got Finna. Finna is, so if you have Finna, who is the kind of faction unity champion, right? Like this does give you some extra value for all of the champions, but let's see, we don't have the new champions not in the game yet. And one of the things that I noticed here is like there aren't a lot of defense-based high elves. We have Islan, who's actually very good. And then we have Tatora. So Tatora came into the game, I want to say Christmas of 2021. And then Islan was a fusion probably about a year ago, not quite a year ago. I think he was like maybe like September, October or something of last year. And then other than that, it's like, not a lot of attack based champions. And so we could use another defense based champion, and you can see, we're getting one now. And I think she's force affinity. So that would flesh out the affinities, right? Defense magic, defense spirit, defense force. So like she fits into the overall roster, but I don't know how great she is. I don't know that it's kind of a cool idea to build a duo for Arbiter. I like that idea. I just don't think it's a particularly good duo. If you take away the duo, she's an okay champion. I think the best, most exciting thing about her is going to be the ally protect with strengthen buff. I actually think that's highly valuable. There are places where you really want that, but only a few. Island was September. Yeah, okay. So I was right. I think I called September, right? I said September or October, something like that. All right, so let's go ahead and spin this wheel here. Let me... Let's see who our winner is today. Good luck to everybody. Captain Volcano, good to see you. LFC, good to see you. I do think the best place for the duo is going to be Hydra. And I do think it's going to be like maybe hard Hydra. I don't think it's going to be like, it's not a nightmare combo. It's probably not a brutal combo, but I think for hard, it could be really... and since you need 3 teams anyway. Okay, let me see. Hodgepodge. Dude. So Hodgepodge, you won last week. And then I don't think we did your takeover, right? No Hodgepodge. For some reason, we didn't do your takeover. I forget what it was. We had trouble with 2 takeovers. One of them was we couldn't find the 2-factor authentication. Was that you? So here's the thing. No Hodgepodge won last week, but we didn't do the takeover. So No Hodgepodge is eligible. We didn't do the takeover for some reason. I forget exactly why. I think we had an issue with 2-factor authentication on somebody. So you need to respond to me. You need to respond to my DM. Curious, yeah, you got Wixwell. That's awesome. I've got 2 videos on Wixwell from last week, so you can find them pretty easily. No, Hodgepodge is asking for help with the city of Centranos, which we've never done before. Yeah, I think you're right, Andrew. All right, so let's get the login going. That is not the correct password, unfortunately. All right, you can now join the coaching voice. So you should join the channel with me and hang out so that we can talk in real time. I will try the new password. That worked. All right, hello. Now you can hear me in real time. And you want some help with the city of Centranos? You're level 100. All right, let's look here. Got lots of red dots. I got to click all the red dots. Have to. They're calling me. They're saying, click me, click me. Okay. So level 100, let's go ahead and look at the daily logins. We are into the Immortal Soulstones. So this is like 2 years in plus. So you've been playing a long time, which is cool. Let's check out the roster. I expect then a relatively beefy roster. Yeah, we've got a really beefy roster. Wow. Okay. Couple of Geomancers there. Got a nice 6-star Inquisitor Shamil here. That's cool. You got a Duchess. Is that a second Duchess to be all that low, or did you just get her recently? No, you got a second. Yeah, 2 Duchesses. You got a Siphi and a Rotos. That's pretty cool. Yeah, 2 Hanorok. Nice. Hegemon, great. Do you have you got a good roster. You got a very complete roster here. We should have no problem with the city of Centranos. Are you specifically looking for Amius help? That's the question. Do you want to clear Amius, or are you just looking for help with the city in general? Because the city should not be a particularly difficult for you at this point. Like, if that's what you're looking for help, I can do that easily. Are you looking for help to, like, get your keys? Like, you're looking for help here, this kind of thing? You want to get keys? Hodge, can you hear me okay? Check out normal. All right, so you've got the keys for Amius. You have cleared the entire normal board. That's awesome. So you have Amius on normal, and then in hard mode, you're still collecting keys. So one of the things about Amius I've found, now I've only cleared Amius like 3 times at this point, I think. And usually it's not because I fail, it's because I just don't spend the time. It takes a while. It's kind of like a Hydra fight. You know, sometimes it can take a long time to do. It could take an hour to do. And then remember, there are different rotations. I guess there are 5 rotations, although I don't know how many Amiuses there are. Yeah, your mic's not going to work. Your mic's not going to work. You don't have mic privileges. I'm sorry. So just it's easier. It's more streamlined for me if you just type to me and then I speak into the microphone. So that's how we work on this. Yeah. So you just type to me what you need and answer my questions that way. So we can kind of go through the boss fight here a little bit, right? So the big thing is, like, he switches back and forth. You have to control your buffs, and your debuffs on him are really important. So I'm not an expert on this fight, but this is how I would approach, like, learning this fight. And like I said, I have beaten it. We'll try to help you out with it. So he has the A1, the A2, and the A3. So he removes any block buffs. He removes any debuffs negatively affecting him and replaces them with their mirrored buff equivalent. So he turns decreased attacks into increased attacks. He turns heal reductions into weakens. I'm sorry, into continuous heals, weakens into strengthens, and all that. And then he places a stun debuff on all enemies except mythical champions for 1 turn. And he fills his turn meter by 10% for each debuff converted into a buff by the skill. So this is really the thing you have to manage. You have to manage your debuffs really appropriately. You also need, and you generally need to bring a decreased healing, and you need to land that at the right moment. So if you land a decreased healing, and then he uses his A2, I'm sorry, his A3, he will convert it into healing. But he also heals based on this passive. He heals based on, I think, his A1. He heals here. So you do need to reduce his healing. You just need to do it at the right time. So a lot of this is just about learning the fight. The fight's hard, but it's not overwhelmingly hard. It's just complicated, right? And so that's the thing about it. It's like I've done it a couple of times, and every time I've done it, I feel like I have to relearn the fight because I haven't done it enough to just know the fight. So what we'll do is we'll kind of start, and we'll kind of learn the fight as we go. So here's the thing. Let's go ahead and look for a healing reduction buff. Let's see who we've got here. All right, so we've got Mashalad. Now, Mashalad could be really good for this. Yeah. I'm assuming you have Uko here for the buff strips. Let's look at, whoops. I want to look at Morgaine too. Okay, so she's not built. So you do have to watch out for like certain buffs or certain debuffs on the A1. Yeah, I'm not looking to change anybody right now. You know, we're going to try to do it with what we've got. I think for normal Amius, you should be able to do it okay with what you've got. So, I mean, these are our two, options here. Now, Morgaine's nice because she has this heal reduction that's a passive. And I don't think the decreased speed. I don't know if the decreased speed turns into an increased speed. I'm not 100% sure about that. It's only certain debuffs. It's not all of them. She's very fast. I like that. That could help. The question is, does she have enough accuracy? I think for normal she does. Let me just double check the stat requirements here. All right, so over here, Raid Stages tool. If you don't know about this, Raid Stages tool is like one of the best tools in the game. I'm here every day. I check this just to make sure. Like, you can memorize all this stuff, and I do try to memorize it over time. But Raid Stages tool, I don't have Amius memorized. So you come to Raid Stages tool, you just put in City of Cintranos, Amius the Lunar Archon. You want normal difficulty, stage 1, and it shows. Okay, so his resistance is 350, and the orange number next to it, this number here, is the number that you needed to overcome his resistance. So you need 375 accuracy to overcome his resistance. This number here is his accuracy, and then this is the resistance you need to overcome that accuracy. So you need 555 resistance and 375 accuracy. And that's for normal. Okay, so we do need 375 accuracy. So we're close on the accuracy. Because right now Morgaine is running 324. You have 1, 2. No, where was the other one? 1, 2. 2 accuracy rolls that could be glyphed. Call that 10. And then if we could get maybe 25 here, that'd be 35. That would still not be enough. What are her masteries? You're getting her masteries. All right, so we wouldn't quite have the accuracy to land 100% of the time. We might land most of the time. The other option would be to try to get a 6-star accuracy banner, which would be better with speed. Okay. That's got triple speed, though. So it's like, probably won't happen. Huh. Let's see what Mashalet's accuracy is. It's not better. All right, I'm just going to take this one for now because it's got the 29 accuracy. And then we're going to glyph the 3 accuracy. So we're at 353, so we need 22 more accuracy, roughly. Now, you will get some accuracy out of the mastery, right? So this mastery will give you 4, and then this mastery will give you 20 when there's no skills on cooldown, but that's, like, it's going to be hard to play that into, existence in the fight. So it's just better to have the 375, but we're probably close enough that it's not going to be too bad. So let's just go ahead and do some accuracy. You got tons of glyphs. So let's go ahead and give that. You got 6 there. That's nice. Let's glyph this. 7. Very nice. What did we end up with? 5 there? Damn. We're so close. We're 4 short. Oh, we get 4 from the mastery. We just landed on 375. We get 375 exactly. Okay. So one of the things about Amus is that you do need to have the right speeds, the right defenses, the right accuracies. The stat requirements are hard, even for the normal difficulty of Amus. So let's go ahead and pull in. Let's do this. Let's pull in her. Now let's go ahead and look at Uko, because if Uko doesn't have the accuracy, not going to be able to remove buffs here. You got Uko in a stun set. That's one way to run Uko. It can be very good because of the AoE 1, but without the accuracy, we don't really have a buff removal champion there, right? 298 accuracy, you're going to miss the vast majority of your buff removals, and we need a buff removal. And the decrease attack is also really useful on the A1, and we don't have that here. So let's look and see if we have a champion that can remove buffs. Right. We could also have an increased accuracy buff. That's true. So we'll think about that in just a second. We got a 6-star Alexander, built kind of slow. He's in. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, so let's look for a and increase accuracy. Yeah. Okay. So we've got Razzlevarg, and actually he's good. 190, 198. It's pretty meh for Razzle. I mean, the only thing he needs accuracy for is his leech. And his brimstone, actually. But with the accuracy buff, he would go up to 390. So that's enough. That's enough. And that would help. So we could do that. All right. And then I'm trying to think of what else we need here. We need to cleanse. We need to cleanse. I don't want to do that because the problem with Bad Alcazar here is that maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Bad Alcazar is okay. Maybe Bad L is okay. But let's see the cleanse champ. Oh, you also have, yeah. Is Morgaine a cleanser? I'll be honest, I haven't built my Morgaine. I've got her at 6 stars. I've got her like you. I've got her at 6 stars unbooked. She doesn't cleanse. Okay. But we do have some options. So if we look, now Arrow is not a champion I run. He just cleanses himself. Siphi is a single target cleanse, but she has a block debuffs. And that would give us a second reviver. And these extra heals, which are good. Hey, Darth, good to see you. So it feels like it's either Siphi or Bad Alcazar. And Siphi's not a cleanser, right? She has a block debuffs, and then Bad Alcazar has a cleanse. Let's go with Siphi for now, just because. Well, we'll try them both. I like the increased defense too, so we'll try Siphi. Let's try that. I mean, Godseeker and Eerie is nice, but I think, or we could do this actually. Maybe we bring in more damage. Maybe we bring Arrow back. I don't know. Let's try this. It doesn't really matter. Scartorsis? Scartorsis? I don't think he's built. Is he built? He's another cleanser. Gotcha. Okay, well, we have some options. We're going to try this for now. Don't use Bad Elf for anything today? What's wrong with Bad L? Oh, you just built him today? So he's not really built. Gotcha. Got the accuracy, though. All right. So again, it's more about the fight. I mean, sometimes, you know, different champion combos will be helpful. But so I don't think you know for sure whether or not he's going to use Lunar Storm or Rampant Chaos first. You need to have, I think, 2 debuffs to force him to use Rampant Chaos. And then you get the heal. So we don't want to put the ally, we don't want to put the healing reduction out, right? We want other debuffs. And then what's the other? And we also want to block the stun. So that's going to be the block debuffs. But I don't know if we're too fast. We might be too fast, but we'll start here. We're probably going to be too fast. Decrease attack. We have a non-removable, so Morrigan is really good because that healing reduction can't be removed. So it shouldn't be converted, actually. It should be perfect. Okay, so there. Increase accuracy, I guess. All right, now we want Amus to go. All right, so you can see he converted that decrease attack into an increase attack. Now we need to use the buff removal. We need to get rid of that increased attack. And now we can place debuff. So we forced him to use the A3. Yeah, Elva would work great. But I think we're okay. So again, it's about learning the fight, right? We forced this A3. We forced this A3. Now he's going to use the A2 next. So he's going to increase the duration of all buffs and decrease the duration of debuffs. So we removed the buffs, so that's fine. And then he's going to heal himself, but we have the healing reduction out, so that should be fine. And so we've got that. So now we can just do damage. We can debuff, I think. We would like a slow and a decrease attack. Both of those would be good. I don't know. He might be immune to slow, actually. All right, so he hit us really hard there. He hit us really hard there. And he didn't have an increased attack, so this could be problematic. We do have 2 revivers, but Uko might be too squishy. We might have to bring in... see, but that's our buff removal, unfortunately. All right, let's see. Okay, so now converts and opened with the A3. So this A3 removes any block debuffs buffs from enemies and replaces them with block buffs. Also removes any buffs positively affecting stats. We had a bunch. And then fills Amus's turn meter for each buff converted into a debuff by this skill. Okay, so when Amus is about to convert, like we have to be careful about buffs. I was not careful about buffs. We'll see if we can recover this or not. If not, we'll just start over. That's fine. But we don't have a cleanse, right? We don't have a cleanse. We're not landing our decrease attack, which is really frustrating because that decrease attack is actually pretty important. Yeah, okay, so this is not going to work. So let's go ahead and look at Uko. Yeah, 2,300 defense. Okay, so this stat here is pretty low. Now, I don't know where you use Uko. Uko may be a champion you use in Arena. You know, you've got 96% crit rate on Uko here. Mighty Uko is a phenomenal support champion. One of the best support champions in the game. Was a fusion like 2 years ago. Really, really good. One of the key components of like great Hydra teams. You can really versatile, great in Arena, great in so many places. So here's the thing. Let's go through the kit. So this A1 has a decrease attack. AoE decrease attack. Because it's an AoE, you can put Uko in a stun set. And you can get value out of that in wave content. The decrease attack is very valuable as well. Polymorph makes me think you use Uko in Arena. And so you get the stun set, you get the decrease attack, you get the polymorph. You also have this A2, another AoE, again, works with the stun set. Has a 100% chance to remove, each hit has a 100% chance to remove 2 random buffs from the target, so you can remove up to 4 buffs. Places a block buffs debuff and a decrease accuracy debuff on the target, which is really nice. So that's usable in Hydra as well, right? Really good in Hydra. And then you have this AoE revive, which places a block damage on allies for 1 turn. This is a pretty good revive. It's like really good in some ways and not great in others. There's no extra turn meter here. You don't get a whole bunch of turn meter when you're revived, but you do have the block damage. So in most cases, the revived champions are going to get a turn. It also places an increased speed buff on all allies for 2 turns. The AI will use this skill even if nobody's dead just to place an increased speed buff, which is fine on a team where you don't have a speed buff, right? But when you do have a speed buff, it's kind of like I'd rather just hold on to the revive. And then this passive is kind of cool and disruptive, especially in PvP. Has a 50% chance of stealing 1 random buff from a random enemy each time a buff is placed on the enemy team. Will only attempt to steal 1 buff for each type of buff placed simultaneously. So, you know, you'll steal a shield buff. So you can get the enemy's buffs and then they're protected. And this works in a lot of places. So very cool champion. But when you think about like a reviver, revivers should be built really tanky. This is not a damage-based champion, right? So here we have a crit rate glove. Like the first thing I would do is I would swap out this glove for probably an HP or defensive-based piece. Now you have HP here on the chest plate, which makes me think we want defense on the gauntlet. So we're going to try to find defense percentage. We want speed and accuracy if we can find it. So this piece would be really nice. This would be a good piece. It's on Krisk. I assume you use Krisk for something. Krisk is also absolutely awesome. But this is a piece that you want to replace. You want to build this piece somehow. Now, we could say, okay, let's take away the accuracy. See if we can just find something. What's this piece? That's not a bad piece. Not great. That's a decent piece. It's got 16 speed on it, right? No accuracy. But we need the perception. We need the perception piece. So we would probably do Probably roll this up and do this, right? But the other thing is like the stun set is not valuable here. The sunset's not really valuable in Hydra, but sunset is valuable. Like this is okay. So the other question would be like, since Uko is not tanky enough, is there, what do we have for buff removals? Negative effects, remove buffs. You know what we didn't check is steel buffs. I hate that those are different. Wukong. 245 speeds, not bad. What's the accuracy? 306. We do have the increased accuracy buff, though. Oh, we already have more gain. We already have more. Okay. I forgot that she had the steal all buffs. So let's see if we have a better decrease attack champion. This is kind of interesting. Not because of the decreased attack. The decreased attack won't work here. Martyr could be really good. Hmm. I'm looking for additional sustain here. So I like the idea of Grush. I like the idea of Vogoth. I like the idea of Martyr, and I like the idea of Ultimate Death Knight. Probably just because we need the accuracy, or it's not going to matter. Like that's, you know, like Vogoth doesn't need accuracy, right? Vogoth just creates sustain. But we still need a decreased attack champion. I mean, Uko's not tanky enough. And we don't have the accuracy on anybody else. Actually, maybe we do. We have an increased accuracy buff. So what do we need? We need 250. We need 250 accuracy. So we do. We do actually have it. Okay. So with increased accuracy buff, Martyr would work. Nobody else has it, though. It's too bad that Ultimate Death Knight doesn't have it. And Vogoth doesn't place a decrease attack. This is a conditional decrease attack that requires the provoke to go off, and the boss can't be provoked. So let's go with Martyr. Let's bring in Martyr here. Oh wait, does Martyr not qualify? No, Martyr qualifies. Okay. And then let's look at our revive chain. I like Sify, but here's the problem with Sify. Sify doesn't bring a whole lot to this fight. I think we got to leave Sify in. And then how do we remove buffs? Morgaine removes the buffs, right? So, okay. Not a lot of damage, but let's try it. Sify, Morgaine, UDK, Wukong, or HP burn with Uko works. Uko doesn't work, Rain, because Uko's too squishy, and I can't rebuild Uko right now. So the champion works, right? But on this roster, Uko's not going to work. Uko lacks, like, Uko's just going to die. So Wukong could work. I can't level up the gauntlets. We don't have any silver. We have no silver to play with. But that's a good thought. But let's go ahead and try. I want to try this. I want to see how this plays out. All right, you can see without any debuffs, he uses his A2 first, right? Doesn't matter. We didn't do any damage, but now we know that the A3 is coming. So has the chance of stealing all buffs from a target enemy. So we have to leave that, right? That's our buff removal. That's the only buff removal, I think, that we have. It looks like Aniri is in Relentless, which I don't know if that's going to help. That might hurt us. We didn't counterattack. We didn't counterattack. This is an AoE that got. Oh, this is not an attack. The A3 is not an attack. Okay. But now, when the boss converts, like, we need to have all of our buffs off. We have to not buff again. We need to drop all of these buffs. So hopefully we're fast enough to drop all these buffs. We do want to decrease attack if we can get the decrease attack, I think. Okay, that wasn't awful. It wasn't great. Yeah. Super Mew. I want to put Razzlevarg in a stew with wine, onions, and potatoes. It sounds good. Does sound good. Look how tanky Siphi is. I'm just kind of curious now. Now I'm thinking about cheese strats because we don't have the stats here. But look at Siphi. I don't know that Siphi can be killed. Now the healing is an issue, right? But Siphi is so tanky, she's not dying. An area extending the buffs does hurt, yes. Yeah, that's messing with us. But look at that. I mean, Siphi is just so super tanky. Okay, so now I'm thinking about cheese strats. Because I don't think we have the builds on the champions that we need. You have the roster, but you don't have the gear. So, or at least you don't have the gear on the champions. You may have the gear in your collection. I don't know. They may be on other champions. So now I'm thinking, okay, what about these two champions, right? So Morgaine has an unblockable heal reduction. And the question is, do we bring in a third champion for damage? And we could just do this. Like, he could revive forever. I don't think he has the accuracy. Or we could bring in Rotos, actually. We could bring in Rotos. That would make sense. Right? The only debuff he has is a... Let's try this. Let's just see if this works. Let's see what happens here. I'm just going to put it on auto. I'm going to watch. Morgaine's decently tanky. Rotos is decently tanky. He's going to get stronger as he goes. Alex doesn't have masteries or he doesn't have. He's not booked. Hey, Destania. Good to see you. All right, so we need Morgaine to come back. Ooh, okay, that was not expected. What happened there? Yeah. So this is a problem here, placing the buffs at the wrong time. I mean, we might just need a manual, right? So the buffs are going to get removed, and then they're going to get slept, and then okay. I don't know what this thing is with Morgaine there. I don't really know what that is. This is going to go next. All right, so we don't want buffs up. No, wait a second. Each enemy buff. Yeah, so we don't want buffs up right now. All right, hang on a second. There is something going on. I think we can do this. Now we may. I mean, I just want to see it progress. Like we're gonna have to manual the fight because the buffs are going up at the wrong time and the debuffs are going out at the wrong time when we auto. Everybody's gonna get stunned, and then who's gonna get wiped out? Morgaine dies, gets brought back. Yeah, maybe Rain. Now, one of the things you have to know is that cooldown reductions screw up your team too, and I haven't really been looking at that, so I don't know if people have like any cooldown reduction abilities or cooldown reduction masteries or gear. I don't know why we can't land a slow. I haven't seen a single slow. Thought we had the accuracy. All right, so somebody's going to die here. Morgaine will probably die. And UDK may die. So that's where I think we want the decreased attack. All right, so Morgan died. Not a huge deal. We just need to get her back before. Now we need her back because we need the healing reduction. How much healing is? That's a huge heal. See how much heal that was? Okay. This is glitched, right? Yeah, this is the base form. All right, so this is fine. So we got 2 turns. We don't want buffs right now. All right, so he's going to convert, and when he converts, he steals our buffs and like punishes us, right? So I think you want to decrease attack when he converts, but you don't want any buffs. But we're not. I don't think we're going to decrease attack out in time. You don't want to block debuff. Yeah, I don't know about the Aniri solo comp. Okay, so see, converted, but because we didn't have any buffs up, we lived. Now we have to worry about this and this. All right, let's go ahead and you don't want to use the block debuffs now. But I think we do want some buffs, right? So let's go ahead and maybe place the speed buff. And I don't know if that's enough. Let's place a decreased attack. And no, of course. I forget that UDK doesn't have any accuracy. So that's never going to happen. So I think this will force. I'm not sure if this will force the A3 or not. Yeah, it did. Okay. Okay, so I think this is doable. I think this is doable now. All right, so converted, right? And opened with the A2. Oh. All right, so when it converts back, we have to watch out for debuffs. Again, we got to watch out for debuffs, I think. Morgaine is perfect for this. I think Rotos is pretty good for this too. All right, so now we've got this, and then the convert, right? And when he flips, we got to worry about buffs. We can't have a block debuffs up, but we want to decrease attack. But we don't have a decrease attack, so we're just gonna. We don't want buffs up. We want no buffs when the boss converts. All right, boss is going to convert. We have one little shield buff up on Rotos because he's got a blood shield ring. It's like, and that's not too bad, right? Like if we don't have a lot, and so now with the A2, again we want to watch out for buffs. Oh, the dog is hanging. I didn't realize the dog had gotten into the room. Just chilling. So now I think we can buff. We're getting there. I think we have it. It's just a matter of not making a mistake. All right. Removes any block buffs. So we can buff right now, I think. We've got 3 turns. We do need those buffs to drop off, though. But we need to use the continuous heals to get everybody up to full health. Oh, I forgot it. We wanted a block debuffs there, right? Yeah, I should have had the block debuffs up. That was my bad. All right, now we don't want buffs. We're just going to A1. What are my thoughts on the patch and the new view? I'm excited for the patch. I think it's great that they are reducing the difficulty of the bosses in Iron Twins and Sand Devils and Shogun. I think that's good. It looks like for Phantom Shogun, they didn't really nerf the upper levels. They didn't nerf stage 21 through 25, I don't think. But it'll allow for more play for, mid-game players, I think, which is good. The Fusion, I think, is a kind of a mid-tier champion. I don't think she's great. She's a very good ally protector. Ally protect with strengthen is actually a really nice combo. So I think if people don't have a Wixwell comp, like early and mid-game players who can get this champion who don't have Wixwell or don't have an Infinity unkillable clan boss team can use this champion as a clan boss champion. And I think she will pair well with Arbiter in Hydra for sort of normal or hard mode Hydra. I don't think she's going to be a brutal champion, but I'm not 100% sure. I now forget when we want to put the block debuffs up. I think we want to put it up before he converts. Wow, that's close. Got you, Darren. Yeah, if you change the speeds, right, then it changes the comps, the speed tunes. But I'm okay with the nerfs. I think the nerfs are going to help. And again, we want these buffs to fall off. Right, could have used the block buffs, but we want the buffs to fall off. It feels like we're tanky enough that it doesn't matter as long as we don't fall into the trap of like letting his big nuke wreck us. And that happens from our buffs, basically. And you don't want to put block debuffs up right before he converts because that is what causes the problem on the other side. If you had a decrease attack, I think that's where you want to put it. But otherwise, you don't want buffs up when he converts here. And I think we're going to get this down right now. Yeah, I think Iron Twins is going to be big. I think Sand Devils is huge. Like I just think it's a good call. It's gonna like I haven't solved Phantom Shoguns yet. Like I haven't really tried. I'm at like stage 19 or something. But that actually strikes me as the easiest of the three. I think it's also sort of it's finicky. But I think Iron Twins definitely needs a nerf. So I think that's good. And I think the dungeons take too long to farm, and I don't like that. So I think that the stat reduction is really good. There we go. Okay, so this team works. Couple of things to watch out for, right? When you place the buffs and debuffs really matters. Godseeker Neri has a buff extension, so you have to watch out for that. That is also the heal, and you want to use that heal when there are no buffs up. Ultimate Death Knight doesn't have any accuracy, which seems to be okay. Like, it doesn't seem like we need the decreased accuracy here on normal, but I don't think you're going to be able to do hard mode with this team without the decreased attack. You know, you have a lot of choices. You know, so one of the things that we were trying to find out here is like, how can we put together a team with your champions in the current builds that they're already in without changing the champions, because we don't have any silver. And we also, it looks like you don't have a ton of gear like saved. So your roster is ahead of your gear, right? And that's fine. Like, that happens. That just means like during free gear removals and stuff, you want to be really careful and make sure that you're always leaving good gear on the right champions before the free gear removal ends. So what I would probably focus on here is think about, that's nice. Let's collect the chest too. Let's see what happens there. Okay. Nothing crazy. Like, think, you know, if you're going to be doing the fusion, I don't know if you're going to be doing the fusion, you need more silver than this. So you got to be grinding dungeons. So let's go check your dungeons for a second. Right. So this is where we need some help. We need to push through to stage 10 here. And it should be also true for Spider. You know, you want to push all of these. So let's look here. I mean, you've got an RTAC. It looks like you're trying to do it with food, which is fine. Like if that's what you want to do. But you know, you want to try to push these. And you definitely have the roster. You have all the champions you could ever need for every solution in this entire game. Your roster is crazy good. You've been playing a long time. You've got all the champions that you need. You know, I mean, you have Ninja, right? Like you've been playing for a long time. You got Ninja. You've got Bad Alcazar. You know, you've got your Carl. You got like all these great champions. You got Newt. You've got Kymar. Like you've got everything you could possibly need to solve every single problem in terms of champions, but the gear isn't quite there. And so I think what you need to do is spend a lot of time forging. First of all, you got tons of forge materials. So get in here and like, don't let these max out. During the next CVC, make 500 pieces of perception gear. You know, come in here and I mean, if you have stuff that you want, like if you have lethal, use your lethal. Look at this bolster. You have 10,000 pieces of the elite. Like this gear needs to be rolled up. I know your gear is maxed out, like in terms of spots. So come in here, do some good gear cleanses, start to get rid of that mid-game gear. You still have a lot of mid-game gear. Roll up gear, sell it, you know, do a really good gear cleanse. There are things that you can do to make gear cleanses a little bit easier that are not like awesome, but are okay. For instance, like you can get rid of all of your avenging gear. You know, is there a situation where you can use avenging gear? Yes. But if you don't have a certain intention for using avenging gear, if you don't know that you're going to use avenging gear, then you can just get rid of it because it's like it's a set you can live without. Same thing with like curing. You can get rid of curing entirely. You can start getting rid of like a lot of the 5-star pieces, you know, that aren't perfect. Like pick a stat and know where that stat needs to be on which set. So for instance, you know, like this is a lot of divine life. This is a lot of divine life. Do you ever use divine life? Get rid of your 5-star pieces that aren't perfect. You know, create 200 or 300 free spots. You should be able to do that. And then start grinding your forge gear because you need better gear. And if this gear isn't getting the job done, then it should be converted into cash. And, you know, you should free up your spots. It can be tricky, but your roster is not your bottleneck. Your roster is amazing, right? And a lot of your champions are built well. Like it's not that they're not built well, but you have to build specifically for each solution now, right? You're getting to that point, or you've been at that point where really the way you progress, the way you get those hard mode dungeons done is you say, you know, I'm going to build a hard, let's look at Spider. Let's look at Spider for a second. And I'll just use this as an example. All right, so let's go ahead and build a Spider. All right, so what we want RTAC. Because you have it built. Let's see, where is it? There you go. Okay. Now, we need to empower a team with our... Now, he's not going to be our lead, probably. We need to get a lot of damage out. If we have a second AoE HP burner that we like, we would use that as well. Preferably an activator. Let's go. It's easier to do this over here. All right, so let's go ahead and find HP burns. Scrank would be perfect. Squawking Tomb Drain could work. Shrunda could work. I mean, a second R attack would work great too, but I think yeah, Kaimar might be a better solution. We got some Mithrala, a Kemptham. We don't have is a Kemptham fully built? Is Kaimar's not built either. And not fast enough. Right. See, I'm finding a lot of champions that are too slow and don't have enough accuracy. You know, some champions are fast enough. Some champions have enough accuracy. But a lot of champions are too slow. Eric's would be perfect. All right, let's try something like this. Let's try. I don't know. I'm gonna throw together something. All right. I don't know how the champion's built, so it's always a little tricky. Newt should probably be in Giant Slayer. All right. Yeah, let's try this. We're gonna do. Is Elva built? All right, let's go Elva. We're gonna go Elva. Newt. Rala. Artak. Let's see if this works. Kaimar's not built. So Mithrala gets the Hex out. Newt is gonna get a weaken. You should chew through the boss and the minions here. Then Newt hits R. I mean, yeah. Now, I don't know if this will, you know, depending on how these champions are built. I don't know about the accuracy. I don't know if you have enough accuracy to go all the way up. I think you need 325 for stage 10 hard mode or 350. Let me double check that. Yeah, you need 350. 345. So basically, there are a couple of things here. Like you can prioritize certain champions because certain champions are more versatile than other champions. And then you push the speed and accuracy on those champions. The champions that we have here in this team all fit that bill. I think out of these 5 champions, the champion you need to worry about least is maybe Razzlevarg. But if you choose to focus on Razzlevarg, then he can be very versatile. He works in a lot of places, right? So Elva is awesome. Newt is your hardest hitting single target damage dealer that you're going to have. Artak is your best AoE HP burner and activator that you're going to have. Mithrala is one of the best overall supports in the game with a cleanse, a strength, and a shield, and increased attack, and increased defense. A hex, AoE hex, plus the petrification, plus the poisons, right? Like crazy, crazy good. So like if you just keep pushing the accuracy and speed on these 5 champions can clear everything. It's like this combo could clear everything. This combo might even be able to clear Fire Knight. I'm not really sure. Probably not. I would take Artak out, right? And I would probably replace Artak with like Neldor, or something like that. Might pull Elva as well. You don't need Elva for Fire Knight. But it's like, you get a lot of versatility out of these champions. They do Hydra for you. And so it's just like I don't think you need to worry about too much. I think you need to worry about dungeons. Getting Dragon and Spider to 20 is incredibly important. Not 20. I'm sorry. Hard mode stage 10. 20. Hard mode stage 10. You need to get them to hard mode stage 10, and you need to be able to farm it consistently and relatively quickly. And you have the champions to do that, and that will help you get those really good accessories from Spider. Get those 6-star banners with speed so you can get the accuracy and the speed you need for other places. Get the speed gear that you need from Dragon. Get the, and then just forge all that perception gear. Forge 500 pieces of perception gear during the next CVC, because perception gear is the single most valuable set in the entire game. I'm not talking about the most powerful. It's not necessarily the most powerful set, but it's the most valuable set because it goes on the most champions, and it's the best version of a set for a lot of champions. So you can put, Artak in perception. You can put Mithrala in perception. You can put, 1 perception on Newt if you need the accuracy. You can put like 1 perception on a lot of your damage dealers who need accuracy for a debuff. Perception gives you that speed. It gives you that accuracy. What is your account currently lacking? It's speed and accuracy, right? Not that, again, you have good champions and a lot of them are built well, but where are you lacking when you're talking about endgame content? It's speed and accuracy. That's what you need. And that's true for everybody. That's not just you. We all need more speed. We all need more accuracy. Now, somebody earlier did mention also area bonuses. And so if you're not doing, we can check that. I haven't checked that. But if you're not doing live arena, I'd highly recommend getting into live arena. You have champions for live arena, right? So again, you pick 6 champions to build for live arena, start working your way in that direction. And you've got the champions. It's not going to be a problem to find. You've got Siphi and Rotos. Siphi's already built really well. Rotos is already built really well. So those are going to provide a cornerstone of your live arena, and you can push those area bonuses really nicely. That's a amulet. Let's go look at your area bonuses in your Great Hall. Yeah, so you still need to push your Great Hall. You need to focus a bit more on some arena. You do live arena you do a lot of live arena, I guess. Okay, so great. But regular arena is lacking a little bit because you are far enough into the game that this should be a little bit more progressed. I can see 12 wins here, and it's been 2 days since the reset, a day and a half since the reset. So, get your teams in here. Try to get 25 wins a day. That's what you should be doing here. That's what you could be doing in Gold 5, 25 wins a day. And that'll help you get your Great Hall going. And that'll just provide, stats everywhere. And then get those dungeons up. And it's just kind of like, everywhere you helps everywhere else. So like by pushing this Spider, that's going to get you gear that gets you the stats and the speed, the accuracy and the speed you need for Centranos, for Doomtown, for Hydra, and then you get in those places and you get the rewards, and those rewards are going to help you, speed up your champions here to farm dungeons better. It's to do PvP better, to do, like 3v3 arena faster and that kind of stuff. So I think it's a great account. And you should play the way you want to play. Don't let me push you around. Like, don't let me say, you should be doing this. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. But I think it's easy enough for you to focus on hard mode dungeons right now. And then probably also Sand Devil's Necropolis. I would highly recommend getting your Sand Devil's Necropolis farming going, because that's also going to help you get stats, especially speed. One of the things that you can focus on is ascending your speed boots to try to get more speed onto the champions that aren't speed tuned, right? Like, if you have a speed tune, you don't want to break the speed tune. But when you have 6-star speed gear and you're like, okay, I got 45 speed there, but you can get an additional, what can you get? It's like 13 or something. You can get an additional 13 speed, I think, on 6-star boots, if you ascend them into speed. You can get more defense percentage and HP percentage on your chest plates and your gauntlets. You can get more crit damage on your crit damage gauntlets. Like, those stats are just going to make your best champions even better. And so that's a good place to focus. And in a lot of cases, it's going to be just, do you have, 10 champions? Like, that's all it takes, right? Centranos takes 150 champions. But the rest of the game takes like 10 champions. All right, saving your energy. So yeah, I don't want to burn up all your energy. But like this team right now in Spider's Den, right? It's already up to stage 4, handling it no problem. My guess is they could clear to stage 10. You may run out of accuracy. And if you run out of accuracy, especially on RTAC, then that could be a problem. So what did we say? It was 350, right? Let's look at RTAC. If you don't have the accuracy on RTAC, it's not going to work. But he's got it. He's got 372. So he can farm all the way up. Now, his speed is really low for this, right? What you would much rather have is speed for him. I would say like 240 is a really good number. And so you're talking about 70 speed that you need to get onto this guy. How do you get that 70 speed? The first thing is get him out of crit rate glove. You don't need crit rate on RTAC, right? We don't need him to do direct damage. We need him to land his HP burns. So he should be in HP gauntlets with like a double or triple speed roll. Perception is the right set. This is where rolling that forge gear is going to help. You're looking for an HP glove, preferably with speed and accuracy, but at least speed. Speed is really, really important. And I know this has 39 accuracy, so you're going to need to replace that, and that's going to be tricky. Again, look at the helmet. No speed, right? So speed and accuracy here, speed and accuracy here. Every piece should have a speed substat, right? Except for your boots. So no speed substat here, no speed substat here. This is the only speed substat. This, you want an accuracy banner, preferably a 6-star accuracy banner with, say, at least a single, if not double roll into speed. So this one is better, even if the attack is throwaway. This one is really nice too. If you want to stay with the 5-star, you get the revenge banner, get that counter attack out. That's the decrease attack. That can be nice, but you don't need it. You can just go with this one. It's okay that you got an attack percentage throwaway stat there for a little bit. Like, we don't need to be perfect. We just need to hit our stats, right? So you can see, like, this is already giving you 4 additional speed. You can glyph that for more. So you focus on, you have such a big roster, it can be really daunting, but focus on 10 champions and build gear on 10 champions, and that will help you everywhere. And RTAC is one of those champions I would focus on. You have some other options here. Pythion is incredible, right? But again, look at the speed, right? 157. Uko, amazing. But again, we don't have that accuracy. We don't have speed, and we don't have any tankiness, right? You need tankiness for your support champion. Brogny's a really good one to focus on. So you have these, you do have these Duchess. You do have these champions that you can focus on that can be incredibly powerful. Duchess at 156 speed, way, way, way too slow. And should be rocking like 4K defense plus. So 2,800 defense. You got 110,000 HP, which is actually insane. That's awesome. And I know that she's in a bolster set, so that's valuable to you. Maybe you're specifically running her slow for arena. Some people do that, so I don't know. So if you're doing that, I understand. But again, then don't pick her as the champion to revamp. You know what I mean? Like revamp some other champions. Get what you need. 10 champions, fast and accurate, and clearing those hard mode dungeons for you. I think you're in good shape. I think you're in really good shape, actually. You have any questions? Yeah, it was a longer takeover than expected. Amus is always kind of a long takeover because it's a tricky fight, and I'm not that good at it yet. I'm still getting better at it. But we figured out Amus for normal Cintranos. Now here's the thing: every rotation of Amus is going to be different, right? Anytime you could fit Morgane in, she's perfect because she has that irresistible passive healing reduction. So she's really good for the Amus fight if anybody has her. But then you have to figure out the champions to put around her. This case, we went really tanky. This went really tanky. Rotos was enough damage. That was fun. For hard mode, you could try the same team, but I don't think they're tanky enough. So consider what you want to do. Here, obviously, you still need to get the keys. So try to work that out. The rotation is different for normal and hard. It's not the rotation is different. The rotation is more restricted. So the rotation is actually the same. So if you look at normal, you see that you have 5, right? You have 5 factions here. And then if you go to hard mode, you only have 3. Oh, no, you still have 5. It is different. I'm sorry. You're right. It's different. I thought it was just more restricted, but it's actually just different. Yeah. Can't use the same. All right. So I think Hodge took off. Hodge was like, this is going on forever. I'm done. But hopefully Hodge comes back and watches the VOD. But all right, let's go ahead and reset the wheel, and we'll do another takeover. I'm going to reset it right now. Don't react yet. Okay, now you can react. People are reacting before I reset the message. All right, let's go ahead and get out of here. This is a crazy roster. This is one of the craziest rosters I've ever had a takeover for. Like, this is a really, really good roster. Right? I mean, every champ in the game, practically. It's like, but, what happens is when you have a massive roster, you have all these champions to build, and that just takes time. Like, even if you're a spender, you still have to level everybody up. You got to get their masteries. Like, even if you're buying them, you have to go through it and actually do it. You have to pick the gear. That may be why, it's like some of these champions aren't built, because it's like there's always more champions to build. +4. I love this. This is fun. +4 Genbo. Yeah, it's a really nice account. All right. It's almost 4 o'clock already. We've had one takeover. I started late, and then it took a little while to get into it. So it wasn't a super long takeover. It was about an hour and a half on the takeover, which is not bad. But we just started late, and then we started the takeover late. I'm noticing in my main account, I'm getting to the point where most of what I can do on the account is irrelevant to the account. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just going through the motions of like farming stuff, because what I need to farm 1,000 runs of dungeons, like a dungeon, to get 1 or 2 usable pieces that are upgrades, to what I've got. So it's like, it's just endless grinding. I'm not really pushing anything because I've finished everything except Nightmare Hydra and Phantom Shogun's Grove. Like I've got nothing left to accomplish. I guess Amius hard mode. I haven't completed Amius hard mode yet. No. I did. I beat Amius hard mode, but I didn't clear Cintrano's hard mode. I didn't clear like all of the spots. And I haven't done Amius on every rotation hard mode. I've now done most of the rotations on normal mode. Some of the ones I've just missed because I just, got distracted and didn't do it. So it's like there's very little left in the game to accomplish. And when you get to that point, you're like, oh, I'm not progressing anymore. Now I'm just like, I'm literally grinding just to like, I need a couple more. I need some Slayer sets, like I need really specific things. So I'm like trying to get a Nightmare Hydra full auto, like 1 billion damage team. That's the goal now. And it becomes a very different game at that point. So. Yeah, the Mary's quest line I'm doing too. You're right. There is that. And I guess I could go after Ramon too, which I kind of want to do. Yeah, spending bought me an overwhelming and lengthy backlog of stuff to do. I played myself. That is kind of how that happened. All right, let's go ahead and... Oop, that's not how that works. All right, we are firing off the wheel. I gotta get rid of some of my extra accounts here. Let's get rid of these. No, I'm not trying to log in. I'm trying to... move account. There we go. Congrats. The winner is Inumex. Wait a second. All right, go ahead and shoot me a DM with your login information, and we will get fired up. Mitty, good to see you. I didn't see you in the chat before. Fortnite hard team complete, but I don't have the gear to do the upper stages yet. Lack the speeds without breaking too many other champs areas to complete it. No rush though. Yeah, I guess technically I haven't completed Fire Knight either. I think I'm on stage 7 hard mode. I have the team. I have the gear and the team. I just haven't taken a minute to rebuild anybody. Hey, Shock. Good to see you, buddy. All right, let's get this show on the road. All right, Inumex here. Getting the red dots. Ooh, ancient shard. You only have 800,000 silver. I'm going to buy this ancient shard anyway. What are we looking to do? What would you like out of this account today? As a takeover today. Let's see. Level 77. Wow. Early on. You are pushing hard for level 77 because it's only 72 days in. That is a high level for 72 days. I assume I don't want to jump to conclusion, but I assume that means you're spending. You do have the raid card, so you've at least spent there. Because otherwise, I don't know that. Like, I don't think as a free to play player, I could grind 77 levels in 72 days. I don't think I've ever done that. I don't think Sun did that either, even on his account. He was grinding really hard. So, high account level for the number of days. Got 2 mythic champions here, Aphidus and Androck. I don't know that much about the mythicals. You do have Duchess and Bad Alcazar. That's phenomenal. And Riho. Oh, I'm jealous. You've got a Riho Bone Spur. Congrats on that. Calvalax, Estrid. You've got a Lysandra. That's another champion I don't own. Really good. You got a +4 Geo and a +4 Ruella. Pretty cool. You do have a Stag Knight and a Deacon and a Seeker and a God Seeker. You have a Trunda down here. You do have your Lady Mikage. That's pretty cool. You got that done. Or did you pull her? Did you fuse her or pull her? You fused her. All right. And you fused your Razin as well. Looking mostly to build a Hydra team. Currently, you can do normal mode, 15 to 25 million damage. You just fused Mikage today. Well, congrats. If silver is needed, then gear can be sold. Okay. Well, let's try to do it without spending any silver. Let's see what we can do. So we're talking about this. Now, you've spent... You did a key. You did 27 million on normal. Okay, so here's the thing. I can't reuse any of your champions, right? Like, I can't use the same champions again. And so even if we go into normal to do like another normal key, which we can do, we have to use a second team. So improving the damage of your first team is more of a theoretical thing. Like, we can look at it and say, what could we do? Right? But if we want a second team, we can try a second team. Everybody says we all have +4 Geos. Yeah. Okay, so a few things. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the roster. And there are basically, when you're thinking about building a Hydra team, you need to cover your bases, right? You want all of the bases covered for all of the heads. And you want your team to have a counter for every head. So we're going to start with the most important one, and we start with Provoke, right? Like, Provoke is the most important out of all of the solutions that you need. You have to have a Provoke. Or you have to have a different way to handle the provoke. Like, you could not do it. There are probably like speed tunes that might be unkillable that, for instance, don't care about provoke. I don't know. But I care about provoke. That's how I do it. All right, so we have a few different champions here for provoke. Now, Duke the Pierce is a nice option. He's not really a solution by himself. Typically, you want a backup provoker if you're using somebody like Duke. So he's got this provoke. It's placed, so he doesn't weak hit. It's just placed. It's not a hit, so he can't weak hit. And it's 100% chance. So that will always land, but it's on a 4-turn cooldown. That's the downside to that. You have Burn Giri, who is got an A1 provoke, and A1 provoke is a nice backup to have. So I do like A1 provokers, but you have Seeker, who's actually a better A1 provoker. Right, this is a 50% chance. I think Burn Giri is a 40% chance. Yeah, and Seeker's just faster. Like, comes around to that more often. I don't know about Aphidus. Is it Aphidus's other form? Yeah. Riho and Calvalax are speed tuned for an unkillable clan boss. Okay. Okay, so we're not going to change anybody's speed. We won't change Riho and Calvalax's speed or anything. Let's look at Angar here, because Angar was recently... Was he buffed recently? I don't know. I feel like he was. All right, so Angar may be a really good provoke champion for this. I don't know. I don't have this champion. But you have an AoE provoke that has a 75% chance of provoking for 2 turns, which is pretty cool. Reflect damage on all allies is good. Counterattack on this guy is good. And then you have an A1... Oh, no, it's not an A1 provoke. It's an extra hit. So Angar could be good. Masteries can be bought if necessary. Yeah. I mean, what's going to happen today in MX is this is going to be more of a theoretical thing. I mean, we may put together a team and try it out, but I'm not going to rebuild anybody. You have no silver right now, and like, I could sell gear, but then we've got to do a gear cleanse to get there, and it's just like, that's a lot. So what I would say is I'm going to take a look at, what we've got, and I'm going to try to put together a team sort of theoretically, and we may try it out. But yeah, let's go ahead and look at... So I'm looking for the champions that are available right now. We need the provoke. So for right now, we're going to go ahead and start with Seeker. Let's see how fast your Seeker is. Let's see how fast your Seeker. 181. Built for damage. All right. Seeker should be built for speed. You can build for damage or you can build tanky. Like, either one works, but should be built for speed. So what I would highly recommend is like this gear, these killstroke pieces might be better suited on a real damage dealer. Get like 2 perception pieces here. Get that accuracy up. You need that accuracy for the provoke. You want accuracy banner here with speed. And you want speed boots, 6-star, fully ascended. So, if we're looking for... I mean, unless you need a slow build for a particular speed tune. Is Seeker speed tune for like a clan boss team or something? Seeker's also speed tuned. Okay, so you're deliberately running slow. Gotcha. All right, so this is your speed tune. All right. All right. That does restrict us a little bit. That's okay. All right, Aphodus can end up working, but you need books in this cooldown on the provoke for that to really. And then you don't have another 60 available. Yeah, good question. Provoke set. We need a good champion if we're gonna put provoke a provoke set on. We need a specific champion to do it. Yeah, so I guess I'll elicit some suggestions. If anybody has suggestions looking at the roster for a way to get around this provoke right now, I would happily take it. So I'm coming up against the wall here. Yeah, Ray could Ray could work in a provoke set, right? So Ray has an AoE A1. Actually has all AoEs. AoE A1, AoE A2, AoE A3. And in fact, you can, for instance, run a 4-piece provoke set with 2 pieces of retaliation and maybe get like some revenge accessories. And so she'll even counterattack and throw out an AoE provoke with the provoke set. Here's the downside to that. One is it's going to suck away the damage from Ray. Like Ray's a good damage dealer, and chances are you're not going to get as much damage. And then the other thing is, do you still have the accuracy? Because you need the accuracy to land her buff strip, and her freeze in wave content. You do want that. And then if she lands her provokes, like in other content, she's squishy. I don't love it. Is it awful? No, it's not awful. Now you could put Bad Alcazar in a provoke set, and this would actually be a little bit better, right? Like he's more naturally tanky. He's got that cleanse. So he's better than Ray, I think, in a provoke set. But he's also really valuable in other places, in other sets. But remember, we have 600,000 silver. So I don't think we can even switch anybody into a provoke set. It's like we don't have the silver to re-gear anybody. So it's theoretical even. So it's like if we're going to go theoretical, we may as well go theoretical with a natural provoker, like somebody who actually has the provoke skill, rather than a theoretical rebuild of a champion. Like it feels that way, So I'm kind of like I'm in a spot where it just feels like we're a little bit hamstrung here. I mean, in UMEX. I'm sorry to stall out here, but I don't think we actually have it. I think what we need to do is just do kind of a theoretical build here. And I do think this will be the guy. I think that Aphidus will be the guy. So let's just kind of put it together. Let's just put it together and see if we have a second team. I can always take a look at your first team and kind of give you suggestions on that as well. So we'll do that, and we'll just keep it moving because I don't want to get bogged down too much. Now, another thing that you need is a hex. So let's look at your Cleopteryx, who is actually built. Okay, it has a 100% chance of placing an AoE hex for 3 turns. Yeah, we could take a look at your arena too. Has a weaken on the A1. I like, so she also has a self perfect veil, right? No, only if it attack kills the hex. But this is your hex champion. So you have your provoke and you have your hex. Those are the 2 most important. You need a provoke and a hex. Again, you can use a provoke set, you can use a cursed set. Those are both available options, but I'd rather have naturally, occurring skills. Cleopteryx is also a good nuker. So you would build her with full damage, but you do need to hit your accuracy numbers. Get her out of a bolster set. She doesn't belong in a bolster set. That bolster set should go on somebody who's tanky. She is a damage dealer. Now, maybe you did this for like faction crypts, right? Because you needed a set on somebody for the Skinwalkers faction, but it should be somebody else. She should be built 100% crit rate, as much crit damage as you can, and with accuracy to land her. You need accuracy to land her hex. Now, the nice thing is you don't need a ton of accuracy for like hard mode Hydra. So again, going back here, this is what I was saying. I'm here all the time, right? Like you just come here and you say, okay, I want to go to Hydra. We're gonna do, doesn't matter what rotation, normal or hard. Hard? What? That's weird. Difficulty. This is broken. That's broken. Let's try this again. Okay, so we're going to Hydra. Let's try this again. Raid stages tool. Hydra. Doesn't matter the rotation. There we go. Hard. Okay. And you can see, like, you know, the resistance here, you need 195 accuracy. This is the highest one. But it does say if the head of suffering is alive, you add 50 resistance to each head. So really you need 250. You need 250 accuracy, which is not too bad. And any debuffer should, at this level of, you know, the game, you should be working towards 250 accuracy minimum. Like, I prefer around 300 accuracy at this stage of the game. Again, your stage of the game is a little bit different because I usually work on free-to-play accounts, so like I'm judging your account sort of against that. But you're more advanced in terms of your roster because of your spending, while you're a little bit probably behind on gear because gear is just a matter of time. Like, you haven't spent as much time, right? So the more time you spend in the game, the more gear you'll get, unless you're buying gear sets. So, you know, look to get that 250 accuracy, and work your way up. But okay, so now we have Hex, we have Provoke. All right. So now we need to handle the fears. Now, I don't know if we have Perfect Veil. Let's see if we have Perfect Veil. A Veil. I know you had a Duchess, but the Duchess got used up, right? So let's see if there's another Perfect Veil champion that's got an AoE Perfect Veil. So I don't know this champion very well. Truath. But does Truath give a Perfect Veil to everybody? There you go. Now, Truath also gets a counterattack and a strengthen buff. And has an AoE. AoE 2. This could be a champion, like a support champion, HP-based champion. Might be tanky enough for you to put in a second Provoke set or a second, like a curse set. Not a second set, but like a set where you want to back up, you know? So you could potentially put Truath in a Provoke set, but otherwise I would say, you know, go ahead and, like, bolster set's fine. This could be your Mischief tank. So you could build this champion with a lot of resistance. You're already kind of going in that direction. Get a resist banner here. Keep pushing that resistance. This may be a good... this may be a good Mischief tank because of the counterattack and strengthen on this champion. Now, if you have strengthen on everybody, which I think this guy places a strengthen on everybody, right? Strengthen. No, strengthen on this champion. So that could, you know, that could mess things up. And so this might have to also be a Mischief tank. You also don't need a Mischief tank. That's not necessarily a requirement. If you have a buff removal champion or a block buffs champion, you can do that instead. And just recognize that sometimes you're going to have your buff stolen, and that just happens. Okay, so let's go ahead and put Truath in here as our Perfect Veil champion. Now, our Perfect Veil champion prevents the fears from happening from the Head of Torment, right? So the Head of Torment... every time you attack, an enemy's not under Perfect Veil attack places a True Fear debuff on them. So there are two ways to handle, or there are three ways technically to handle this. The best way is Inquisitor Shamail. So we can actually look for him. I don't know if you have him. If you have him, he instantly removes fears and counterattacks. So he's the best champion in the game for this. So I don't know if you have one. You don't. Okay. So the second best way to handle it is to have a Perfect Veil champion. Because when you have Perfect Veils up, you don't get the fears. Now, you want to go fast enough that that Perfect Veil, like... see, yeah, fast enough. It's a buff, so you can outrun it. Right? So you do want to go fast enough that, like, it's coming up all the time, but you simultaneously don't get benefit from, like, going faster and faster and faster with Perfect Veil, right? Because it just drops off because you outrun it because it's a buff. So a buff extender can help with a Perfect Veil. So if you have somebody who is increased buff duration, you know, a champion like this can be valuable with this kind of comp. Now, I like Oella. I think Oella is really good. Has a decreased speed on the A1, which is really nice. Okay, you can get that on the head of Decay, and that will slow down the head of Decay, so that's fewer cleanses. You've got the heal. This increases the ally duration buff by 1, and then you have a turn meter and an increased resistance, which is actually really, really nice, which is going to make it easier to resist that head of Mischief from stealing your buffs. But this would kind of be a long-term solution. You do have Lady Mikage, who's a buff extender and really good. Obviously, an ally attack. You also have an increased attack and increased crit damage. This is really nice. Decreases duration of all enemy buffs, so that can help if you don't have like a buff stripper. Also, in her other form, she has an increased accuracy for everybody. She also has a buff strip here. Yeah, so you have a buff stripper if you use her, and then a weaken, AoE weaken. So she can be great. But I know you just pulled her, so she's not built yet. Mikage will be built over the next week. Okay, good. So you could potentially pull in Lady Mikage as well. Okay, she's in the sparring pit right now. But you could put Lady Mikage in this team. And that would give you a buff strip and a buff extender. You have to swap forms to do that, so this is a team you'll have to fight with manually. Now, the third way to deal with the fears is cleansing. You can't block debuffs them. They are irresistible. Or not irresistible, they're unblockable. You can resist them, but you can't block them. So you could have a cleanser or two on a, like, the faster the better. And you would want your cleanser in high resist. You would want to make sure your cleanser has the potential to resist the fears, right? So you could do that. So you could use like Bad Alcazar for that. Now, we have one nuker here. We have one damage. I don't know how hard Aphidus hits. If he hits really hard, then you have 2 damage dealers. You know, so now we're talking about speed. Now we need some good speed. I don't know that Lissandra's awesome, but she's not bad, right? She gives you increased speed and a turn meter fill. She gives you an aura in all battles, and then she also transfers all debuffs from the champion to the target, so you can like drop fears off. But she doesn't bring a lot else, so it's not. She's not awesome. Astrid was used already, right? Yeah, Astrid's locked out. She would be awesome. Seeker would be good if he was fast. Haikatoon might just be fine. Let's look at your Haikatoon. How fast is she? 255. Okay, which is not bad. I know she's in a speed tune. So I would probably just use her as a speed lead. The other option, maybe you could use Deacon. How fast is your Deacon, Armstrong? He's not built. So you're not using him for anything. All right, so Deacon is really good because he gives you turn meter fill. He gives you a speed aura, 19%. He gives you some turn meter fill. He gives you an AoE decreased defense. He gives you a leech on the A1, which is not bad. He's also highly usable in Arena. We were just talking about Arena. You know, if you want some help with Arena, I think he's the best epic in the game for the Arena. I think he's like the number one. He's the number one champion I want in Arena. Honestly, it's so funny. It's like there are all these other great champions for Arena, and I'd rather have a Deacon Armstrong than pretty much anybody. So let's just, we don't need to build him just this second. Let's go ahead and slot Deacon in. That'll give you a little bit of speed and turn meter fill. Do we have a speed boost champion? I mean, obviously Haikatoon. Oh, this is a block debuff scene. That's good. Want her. I don't know how much sustain this guy is bringing. He heals himself, heals a target ally, and balances. All right, so if we look this team, we have a speed aura, turn meter fill, 100% drop defense. We have an AoE weaken. I think we have an AoE weaken on Aphidus. Is that right? Increase attack, HP burn. No. No, it's Lady Mikage who has the weekend. So, yeah, you could definitely bring Lady Mikage in here. You do want Ugo for the block debuffs buff. You don't have a reviver here, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Truath is good. I don't think Truath's a bad champion. You know, this, depending again how hard Aphidus hits, this could work. This is not, I would say this is your normal mode team. This is not your, like, the other team that you're working on with Duchess and Astrid and whatever. Like, that would be sort of the hard mode team. But I kind of like this. I like this. I think this is usable. Again, you could probably do this instead. And then you'd have another spot here. But I think you need some sustain. So if you had a revive, that might be better. We have a revive champion. It's always good to have a revive. I really like Melga. Melga's really solid. Gives you a shield. Gives you a buff removal on the A1. I also like, this is really nice. This might even be better. Although she doesn't give you heal. We've got this. This could be nice too. Let's see. Where's Manaya? And then again, we have Oella, right? So yeah, I mean, I think you want to build in more heals probably to this team. I think you could do that for now. This could also work. You get the shield, you get the heals. I think she's got a no, it's just the buff removal on the A1. Or debuff removal, rather. Yeah. I mean, that's not bad. I do like Ursula because Ursula has an AoE decrease attack, which we don't currently have. You have an AoE decrease defense in Ugo. And then you have an AoE. So that's another reason why we don't need Deacon here, right? Because if you have Ugo, Ugo's better than Deacon for this. So that's why we brought Haikatoon back in. But a decrease attack would be really nice. An AoE decrease attack, but I'm not sure, again, does Aphidus have it? He has an increase attack. No, okay. So, you know, you get the revive, the AoE revive, plus the decrease attack. This way you get the heals and the shield, and it's a 2-champion revive. It's not an AoE revive, but it's 2-champion revive, which is pretty good. You know, you could also do this. You get the passive revive and the main revive, but then you don't have a decrease attack. You do have heals here, though. So you're kind of caught in no man's land with this. I do think that Minaya's also an interesting option here. Because you've got to block debuffs. decrease attack is really important for the Head of Wrath. So not having a decrease attack is tricky. That's why I like this. Because I don't think you have a decrease attack anywhere. Well, let's just check. Oh, there's Stagnate. I don't know how you fit Stagnite into this team, unfortunately. So anyway, you sort of get the idea of what we're doing here, right? Like you need to figure out each counter. Now, if we look at, let's just go and look at your main team for a second. All right, so in this case, your Duchess is giving you the perfect veil for the Head of Torment, which is good. You have an AoE decrease attack from Stagnite and the slow, which is good. Iron Brago is the provoke champion. You have a Hex there? Does Androck bring a Hex? Okay, so you don't have a Hex on this composition, I don't think. Yeah, I don't. Now, this is probably my last takeover. I mean, not ever, just for the day. Okay, so here's the thing. I think about, the fact that I want 2 damage dealers, because when one damage dealer gets devoured, you want the other damage dealer to be able to free them out. You want a solution you need a provoke, right? You need a solution for the Head of Decay. You need a solution for the Head of Torment. That's the Fears. You need a solution for the Head of Mischief. That's the Hex. The Mischief Head is really important. Like, Mischief Head is more important than the Fears from Head of Torment. So the reason that the Head of Mischief is so important is, one, the Head of Mischief steals your buffs, right? That's a pain in the butt. So you need to handle that. But the solution, the Hex solution, is you need to be able to target the Head of Mischief, because the Head of Mischief is the fastest head by a way. The Head of Mischief is like 40 faster than the next fastest head. So the Head of Mischief is the most common devourer of your champions. If you just play a bunch of Hydra, you'll find that the Head of Mischief devours like half of your champions. Like, if the Head of Mischief is on the board, the chance that the Head of Mischief is the one that actually devours your champion is really, really high. It's really high. So what happens is, if you don't have a Hex out and the Head of Mischief devours your champion, the only way to free the champion is AoE damage, because you have a 75% chance of missing the head when you target it, right? Like, because it redirects your attacks, unless it has a Hex on. If it has a Hex on, you can hit it. If you don't have a Hex on, then you have a 75% chance of like going to some other head. So it's really important to have a slow that you can get onto the Head of Mischief to slow him down, so he's less likely to he takes fewer turns. That's important. And then you want that Hex there for being able to target and kill the Head of Mischief. So you don't have an AoE. Do you have an AoE slow here? I don't think so. And you don't have You don't have a hex. And I didn't see anybody built in a... Okay, you do have an AoE decrease speed. Okay, yeah. So I was wondering if Astrid had that. She does. So you have the AoE decrease speed. So that's important. But you need that hex. So what I would do is I would probably swap in Cleopteryx and swap out Magnar. Now, Magnar may be built really well. He might be hitting a lot harder. You know, I don't know. It's actually not. He's not hitting that hard. Only 175% crit damage. Slow at 147. So I would bring in Cleopteryx for him. You can see she's running at 177. She's got the same amount of damage, but she's also bringing that hex. Again, you can get her out of this bolster set. So I think she's going to be key for you. She's got all of her books. She's going to get that increased crit rate and increased crit damage. So you only need to build her at 70% crit rate. And you only need to build your other damage dealer if you want at 70% crit rate. So don't build her to 100% crit rate. Build her to 70. That's going to allow you to get more crit damage, get crit damage gauntlet on her. You can have her hit very hard, and then she'll be the second damage dealer with Androck, I guess, is probably... Is he the other damage dealer? I don't know if he hits hard enough to be a damage dealer. I don't know this guy. So, you know, looking at the team again, I don't know what Androck brings that you need for this composition. There you are. So you need a damage dealer here, right? Because your provoke is your Brago, your slow is your Astrid, your Veil is, and your revive and your block debuffs and all that stuff. That's your Duchess. Yeah, so what I would probably do here is I would pull Androck and Magnar. I would bring in Cleopteryx. That's going to give you the hex, and you're still going to have the damage. And then you need a second damage dealer. I think you can pull Androck. I don't think he's bringing a ton to this composition. Not anything critical that you need. Increases duration of ally buffs and heals. Increase resistance, strengthen buff, and continue. Like, he brings a lot of sustain. He does bring sustain. A weaken. But again, remember that the Hydra boss damage doesn't really ramp up. Like, the way the Hydra fight ramps up is that the duration on the Devourer gets reduced, right? Like, the Hydra heads will devour your champions more frequently and then swallow them faster. Like, you have to free them faster. But so damage is really important. And I don't know, like, who you would necessarily bring in as your second damage dealer. I mean, you could keep Magnar in if you wanted to and bring in Cleopteryx for Androck. That might work. Ray is a good option, right? You have a buff strip now that will help in a pinch, a buff strip, and then all AoE damage. That can be a little bit tricky with the Head of Wrath if you don't have a decrease attack. You know, you could bring in an AoE HP burner. Trunda. Trunda would be your other damage dealer that you want for Hydra. She's huge for Hydra. She hits super hard, and especially at the low levels, she does really good damage. So I would probably go for that. So Cleopteryx and Trunda are your damage dealers. That would be beautiful. You still don't have a decrease attack, unfortunately. You have a weaken, so you're not losing that from Androck. You're losing the enfeeble, but bosses can't be enfeebled anyway, right? So it's like, that doesn't matter. Oh, no, you have a decrease attack. You have what am I doing? You have Stagnate.
Yeah, so I think you pull these two and you just put in Cleopteryx and Trunda. I think that's it. You've got your Provoke, you've got your Decrease Attack, your Weaken, your Decrease Speed, you've got your Perfect Veil, you've got your Decrease Attack, Decrease Defense. You will have... Yeah, you have a Weaken, you have everything. That team's beautiful. That team's beautiful. Now, the one thing about this team, I think, so let's see. Let's build that team, maybe. So... So this would be the team. I think that's a beautiful team. I think that's a beautiful team. So this is probably what I would say, you know. This is your, for now, maybe your top Hydra. Okay, now something to be aware of here is that Iron Brago's Provoke is on a 3-turn cooldown, which is really nice. So speed matters. He needs to get back around to that. And again, if you're manualing, you can decide when to fire it off. You do not have a backup Provoke. So if he is weak affinity, that can potentially be a problem, right? He can miss Provokes for that reason. I think the Head of Decay is normally Force affinity. So I actually think he's going to be strong affinity. And then other times it's magic affinity. I don't think it's ever spirit affinity. So when it's magic affinity, he will be weak. So he'll be strong affinity and weak affinity. Yeah, that's true. Let me look at this. Do we have no block? There's no block debuffs. You're right. Crap. We have no block debuffs and we have no buff strip. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Damn it. All right, so here's the thing. You're still in... You're still in only normal and hard. So the decrease attack, I think, is a luxury. Whereas the block debuffs or the buff strip is not. So this is the reason why I did this swap. I think Ugo is more important than Stagnite. We have the AoE slow from Astrid. You don't need the slow from Stagnite. You have the decreased defense from Ugo, so you don't need Stagnite for the decreased defense. And you still have... Now you have the block debuffs instead of the decreased attack. Now, dealing with the Head of Wrath, usually you want a decreased attack, but you don't have to have one if you have mitigations. Now, what you have here is in Duchess, you have her passive. So you're going to take 15% less damage from the Head of Wrath's AoE anyway. In addition, you have... Who was it who... Iron Brago has an increased defense. Right? And he also has this passive, increases defense of all allies by 10% of this champion's defense. So you've got at least 2 passives that boost your survivability. Ugo also has a mini cleanse and a little bit of a heal. So I think that's better than Stagnate. And Miracle Heal will actually help restore your destroyed HP a little bit. So yeah, that's better. Thanks for calling that out, whoever called that out. Chars. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could do that, right? You could say, instead of Ugo, you want to put in Androck. Let's look at Androck again. Increase duration of ally buffs, heals, increase resistance, strengthen, and continuous heal. Defense resistance, weaken, enfeeble. Removes all buffs from enemies. It's a buff strip and a block buffs. So buff strip and a block buffs. Yeah, so he would probably be even better than Ugo. Put him back in. Yeah, there we go. Nice tweaking there. Yeah, so he's going to give you a strengthen buff as well, which is going to allow you to handle the Head of Wrath even better. So increased defense, strengthen, passives. You don't need a decrease attack. You don't need a decrease attack. At least for normal and hard, you probably don't need that. So I think this is good. I think this is a good team. Yeah. Yeah. Now, quickly, so I think that's where we are with your best team. I think this is your best team. You know, so that second team, again, you can go back and look through what we were talking about. But again, you need a solution for the Head of Mischief. You need a second Hex champion. Now, if you've been working on your Mithrala, I don't know how many fragments you have on your Mithrala. She's awesome. So you're only 10 fragments there. Again, this is why you're working on Hydra, to get to her. When you get her, she becomes the best, Hex champion you're going to have. Doesn't mean you swap her in for Cleopteryx right away, because remember, Cleopteryx is also bringing damage. It's just now you have two options. If you don't have that, right, then you're going to have to look for maybe a cursed set for somebody else. We talked about, who you could put that on. Maybe Bad Alcazar. Maybe Ray. That'll give you a second Hex option. If you pick up at any point, if you pick up a Kemptum, he's really good, right? He's great. Trying to think of who else is really good that you might pick up cheaply. He's probably he's the best epic who does it, I think. So yeah. Now let's look at Arena for a second. Okay, let's look at your Astrid. How fast is your Astrid at 229? How fast is your Duchess? 221. Okay, so you're not really on a go first team. And then Androck, and this is a good team. It's not really a go first team though. So there are a couple of things. Like, one is the extra speed necessary? Sometimes it is, but you might get more value out of, doing this instead. Like, just accept the fact that you're going second, and then you're like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe I want to go more defensive. And so then the question becomes, like, is Astrid really valuable? She's got a great kit for Arena, but she's not really a go second Arena champ, right? She's really a go first Arena champ. So now you're like, hey, if I'm going second anyway, maybe I do something like this. Maybe I do something like this, Now you also have Lysandra. So you do have like a go first team potentially. In that case, I would do something more along the lines, of like this combo. The increased attack doesn't help you with Magnar. Magnar's also really slow. But again, you have Cleopteryx, right? So Cleopteryx is a good arena nuker. And you've got the increased crit rate and crit damage, then attacks all enemies. So this is a nice nuke. It's an AoE nuke. And again, you can build it with 70% crit rate. You do have Ray. Ray's a great arena nuker as well. So in this particular case, let's see. This is kind of cool. I actually like this. But honestly, the best combo might be this. All right, so think about this just from a theory standpoint for a second, right? So what you have is you have Astrid, who has the big speed aura for arena battles. Now, you want Astrid to be fast. You want her to be incredibly fast. You want to get her out of attack percentage boots. She should be in speed boots. Now, if she's speed tuned for clan boss or something, is she in your speed clan boss speed tune? I forget. No. Okay, she's not. So get her out of attack percentage boots, get her into speed boots. You want her as fast as possible. That should be priority 1 for your account. Get her into speed boots. That's a strange thing for her to not be in speed boots. Like, you have speed everywhere for her. Speed substat, speed substat, speed substat, speed substat, and then attack percentage boots for some reason. Maybe you just don't have speed boots at the moment. I would strip them off of somebody. Yeah, maybe take those. Or, if you have to go find, again, we have these here, like go find a perception set, right? Like that's fine too. Because she does need accuracy. She needs accuracy in order to land her turn meter reduction. Okay. And her weaken. So yeah, this is insane. This is an insanely good arena team. This is what your go first arena team should be. So we're going to build it right now. So it is going to be Astrid as your first champion. She's going to give you the turn meter fill and increase attack, and then she gets an extra turn. And then she's going to give you the turn meter decrease and the slow and the weaken. So she's going to go back-to-back turns. This is crazy. I'm going to build this team, I think. So she gives you back-to-back turns. Now, I know Lissandra's really good, but you don't actually want Lissandra. You want Deacon. You want Deacon for the decreased defense. So he's going to get extra turns. So he's going to go twice. He's going to give you turn meter fill, turn meter decrease. Then he's going to give you the AoE drop defense, right? Crazy good. So you have an increased attack, a weaken, a decreased defense, a speed buff, a slow, 2 turn meter fills, and 2 turn meter decreases from 2 champions. That's insane. This is an insane combo. I've been wanting to build this team for a while, actually. Okay, so now you have these 2 back-to-back champions. Now your third champion, you want a buff strip. You want a buff removal champion, right? That's Ray. Yes, I know she's a damage dealer. Build her with high accuracy. Just build her with get her in all perception gear, get her 100% crit rate and some damage, She's going to be like a half nuker. You want her a half nuker. She's also got a freeze. So you have the option to, I think, I forget if those are on different skills or not. I'll take a look at her in a second. And then at the end, you bring in Cleopteryx. This is your nuker. She's got the 100%. She only needs to be built with 70% crit rate. So you're going to get the increased crit rate, the increased crit damage, and she does her nuke. This is a crazy good go first team. So let's just look at these champions for a second. So I think this is the... Oh, okay. So the buff strip and the freeze are the same skill. So you could do that. And then Cleopteryx has increased crit damage, and she has block active skills. If you want to put accuracy on her as well, you could do that. This is a crazy good team. This is a crazy good go first team. But your Astrid needs to be running at like 300 speed. Now, just the swap, just putting her in speed, like that gets you to 269, right? Just that. If it's a 6-star speed boot, that's going to be 274, right? And then you can, I'm looking at this. Like this is, you want accuracy here anyway. But if you can get more speed, look for an accuracy banner with speed for the long run. And you can probably get another 10 accurate, 10 speed onto her. You're close to having the speed that you need already. Right? And then you need to get Deacon built. And this is going to be, we can do this right now because this is, we were just talking about. We can try this on. Beautiful. We want stuff with accuracy if we have it. Perfect. It's okay. For right now, do this, but you want to get him out of that. And this is best. So he's already at 215. Let's look for a banner. Wow. That's perfect for him. That is perfect for him. I mean, you could, I'm trying to think of who else you would put that on, honestly. It's so perfect for him. So you're at 244 speed. This isn't leveled up, so you could get a little more speed there. And then you could probably glyph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Call it another 20 speed. This would get him to... Oh, plus you don't have masteries on him. So if you get Laura Steele, you should be able to get him to 280 really easily. And if you have Astrid at... Remember, she gives a 15% turn meter fill. So even if you miss all the turn meter reductions and stuff, plus the speed boost, you could probably run her at like 320 and run him at 280, and that should be fine. In fact, that would be fine. That'd be totally fine. You could run him a little bit slower. You could run him at like 270 and it would be fine. So this kind of build, again, take a look at it. I'm not gonna assign all of this gear right now because you should consider if that's what you want to do. I don't want to force anybody to use Deacon Armstrong. A lot of people are like, I don't like Deacon. He's lame. He's awesome. He's awesome. Best epic in the game. I don't care what happened during Raid Madness. He's the best epic in the game. But this is a perfect synergy. This is a perfect synergy. Consign? Okay. Again, you want some accuracy here in the substat, preferably a defensive substat or a defensive thing, but yeah, like this is good. Get more accuracy in there. I mean, the best banner would be an accuracy banner. So eventually you may want to get there, but like I would just shoot for 300, 320 accuracy, something like that right away. Again, once you get masteries, you're going to get the accuracy from these three. You're actually going to get a ton of accuracy from Lore of Steel as well. You're going to get 15% of 120 is another 18 accuracy. You're going to get accuracy out of the Lore of Steel. You get speed out of the Lore of Steel. You think my Discord volume is on? My Discord is completely muted. Is there something going on with the Discord sound? But anyway, Deacon is definitely, you've got him booked. He's definitely worth getting masteries for. You know, get him a nice tanky ring. So, HP or defense. This is really nice. Of course. Still good, though. Yeah. This would be a crazy go first team. It'd be really, really good. And the faster you run Astrid, the better off it's going to be. This is a team that could... See, the team that you're running, which again is not bad. Like I said, you know, if I were going to go that way and you're accepting the fact that you're not fast enough, you know, and you don't need the increased attack because your damage dealer here is an HP based champion, then Astrid really doesn't help you. So again, I would think probably something more like get Androck in the first spot. You know, still you can still use Duchess because she's awesome. She's going to give you a lot. If you're using, you know, tanky damage dealer because you're going second, that's great. And then you want something else that supplements that team. If you're going second, a cleanser can be really good. So like, I think Bad Alcazar in this spot makes a lot of sense, right? He's going to give you that AoE cleanse. He gives you continuous heals. He's relatively tanky. You know, you can put him in a stun set if you want. You can put him in, you know, you might have him in a curse set for Hydra, who knows. But like, I think he's really good as an option. You have Helior or whatever his name is here. He's a good defensive option. You could put in Melga. You could put in, you know, another defensive base champion. Here's an interesting option that you could do. Because Seeker gives you that provoke, but he also gives you the passive, right? He has the passive increased defense. So even if you're going second, like when he gets hit, if he gets crit, he puts an increased defense on the champions behind him and they take less damage. You could do this, get a second reviver, you know, or this to have that passive revive. You know, if you're going to do this, I would actually think about reordering like the champions. I would probably then put Duchess in the first spot and put Androck here. And don't worry about the defense because like if Duchess dies, then Godseeker just brings her back. The problem with all of these teams, they're all good and they're all interesting. The problem with all of them is they're slow, right? And the whole reason like that arena is a drag is because it takes forever. It just takes forever. You have to fight 40 times a day. You get 39 free tokens every day plus extras, right? So it just takes for if it took 30 seconds, it would still take you over 20 minutes a day to play that, plus load times, plus all, and it doesn't take you 30 seconds, right? But this team is more likely to have a 30-second fight or less than this team. This team might even win more, but it's going to win in a minute and a half or 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes. This is going to win or lose in 30 seconds. And so you're not just thinking about like, what's my win rate, right? You're thinking about how fast can I burn through 39 tokens every day? So let's say you had a 80% win rate with this team, right? And you should be able to get that. You should be able to get at least an 80% win rate with this team. And let's say you had a 100% win rate with this team, but this team took an average of 90 seconds and this team took an average of 30 seconds. You know, you're talking about an hour versus 20 minutes for a difference of 4 wins per day. You know, so 40 extra minutes for 4 extra wins. So it's not so like this could be a great defensive team. Put that on defense. You know what I mean? But when you're looking for arena offense, speed is as valuable as a win rate percentage. And chances are like you never have a 100% win rate. Like you just don't unless you don't fight that much, you know, unless you're really, really particular about your fights. You can get a 100% win rate, but generally, you know, even really good players will be floating in the high 80s or low 90s. You know, so if you're getting a 90% win rate, that's really, really good. And I think you could potentially do that with this team as easily as you could do it with this team. Like I don't think that I think this team once built actually will have the same win rate. And it'll just do it 3 times as fast. So I'm not hearing any Discord notification beeps. I'll just do this. Let me turn that off. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry you're hearing all the beeps. Yeah, so it's not that the Discord volume is on. I actually have the Discord muted. The problem is I think the OBS picks up the audio without, so you didn't hear that, right? Like it just beeped. Yeah, so that's what it was. It was just in the, because I turned off streamer mode before. I can turn streamer mode back on, but it doesn't matter. It's all fixed. Okay, so I think this arena team, and that's just a good tip in general. Like if you're building an arena team at any point in the game, it doesn't matter. A go first team is just the way to go because it wins fast and it loses fast. The worst thing in the world about a team like this team here, isn't that it doesn't have a high win rate. It's that when you lose, like it might take 3 minutes to lose. Do you know what I mean? Whereas this team here could lose in 5 seconds. It could literally be like, oh, you didn't win the speed race. The other go first team goes first. It goes, you know, arbiter into whatever, into nuker, and you're dead. And it's like an 8-second fight. So it just takes 3 animations and your team is done. And that's actually a good thing. When you lose, you want to lose in 5-10 seconds. You don't want to lose in 3 minutes. Losing in 3 minutes is the worst thing that you can do. So a go second team is generally not great for offense. It's fine for defense. It's really good for defense because people avoid those kinds of teams. They don't even try to fight them, right? They don't even look at them. They're just like, I'm not fighting that thing. So, you know, but a go first team, a well-built speed tuned go first team is great. And the other thing that's nice about this is if you build these champions for arena, they will be good everywhere. Ray is really good in Doom Tower. She's really good in wave content. And if she has enough accuracy and enough speed to be used in Gold 5 Arena, then she has enough accuracy and speed to be used in Doom Tower, probably all the way up through hard mode. You know, same thing with Astrid here. Like the faster you build her, the better she is in PvE and the better she is in PvP. There's no place in the game where Astrid isn't better faster unless you're speed tuning her, right? Unless you're like, I need 254 speed specifically. And then it's like, okay, I don't want to run her at 300. You know, but that would require a speed tune, and you don't have her in a speed tune. So just faster is better. So literally, I think honestly, she's a GOAT on your roster. Like if I look at your entire roster and I was to say who are the best champions on your roster right now, like obviously you have the 2 mythics, you know, and we gotta acknowledge that. But I think after Duchess, your second best champion is Astrid. I think she's your second best champion of your legendaries on this roster. And she brings too much. She brings too much. She brings so much more than everybody else. Right? When you look at her kit, it's crazy how much she brings. AoE, decrease speed, weaken, turn meter, decrease. Increase speed, increase attack, turn meter fill, extra turn. Right? The passive with the healing based on turn meter increase. I mean, so much. Right? This is without the sleep on the AoE one. So much. She brings so much to your roster. She should be a key component of like every dungeon team. She should be. She should be in every dungeon team. AoE weaken, decrease speed with a turn meter reduction and turn meter fill, increase attack. She should be in every single dungeon team. I think she's your second best champion. You know, I think Duchess is your best champion. I think Astrid is probably your second best champion. And I think these two champions, Aphidus and Andrak, may actually be behind them. Right? I think they might be like your third and fourth best champions. And they're very good, you know, but I honestly think Duchess and Astrid are better. So she hits really hard. She doesn't need to. She doesn't need to. If you you have attack percentage gauntlets and attack percentage boots, and that's why she hits hard. And she does have AoEs. You know, she has an AoE, at least one AoE. So it's like, I get that, but that's not her role, right? What she should be in is she should probably be in accuracy banner, defense or HP percentage chest plate, and defense percent or HP percentage gauntlet. Make her tanky and make her fast. She should be survivable. She should never die. Right? Because she is the engine to your team. She's more of an engine than almost any other champion in the game, except maybe Seeker. Like, she's more of an engine than Deacon is. She's more of an engine than like High Katoon is. She's more of an engine than almost anybody in the game. Because she not only has the increased speed and turn meter fill, right? So this is the same skill that High Katoon has. Right? High Katoon has an increased speed and a 15% turn meter fill. Now, High Katoon's just on a 3-turn cooldown. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. But the increased speed buff with the turn meter fill. But it also has the increased attack and the extra turn. So even though it's on a 4-turn cooldown with the extra turn, it's really on a 3-turn cooldown. Right? And then she also has the decreased speed, the weaken, and the turn meter drop. She just makes your team faster than the other team. Now, the one downside is her speed aura is only arena. So, you know, that's where like Lysandra could be slightly better. Like, she could be a slightly better turn meter filler or engine for your team. Hang on just a sec. Baby's crying. So she might actually be a better engine. That could potentially be possible, that she could be a better engine. And it's primarily because of this. Like, she has all the things that Astrid has, but it's a larger turn meter fill and a larger turn meter depletion. Fills the turn meter of all allies by 30%, decreases turn meter of all enemies. So, like, maybe use her instead, or maybe use them together. You know, maybe you don't use Duchess. Maybe you use these two instead. And that would even give you more, because Duchess doesn't give you a lot on offense. She gives you a lot of survivability, right? And the increased attack that she gives you, you're getting from Astrid anyway. So you could, like, your dungeon team could be Lysandra as your lead, Astrid as, you know, your kind of turn meter fill and whatever. You don't necessarily need Deacon, but you can put him in, and then you get your nukers on top of that. You know, if you need to bring in Stagnite, you could bring in Stagnite instead of Deacon. He gives you the drop defense plus the slow on the A1, which is really valuable. But again, you have the slow here. No, where do you do? You have the slow here. Astrid has the slow. You don't need that slow. Yeah, you don't need the slow from Stagnite. Those two just give you so much. You're doing well in the dungeons? Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is fine. But I'm looking at the time. This is a 4-minute run. Right? This is a 4-minute run. So let's see if we can't speed that up for a sec. And again, Lysandra should be going at like 300 speed, not 200 speed. So same thing here. No speed. You know, 1 speed, no speed here. any champion that has a turn meter fill should be running fast. Any champion that has a speed buff should be running fast. If you want to use it, so what I would probably do is, let's see how fast Dutch is running. Is I would probably do something along the lines of, for dungeon teams, I would do I mean, I'm thinking about Calvalax, right? Because Calvalax has the AoE poisons. And I'm wondering if you need a revive. Do we need a revive? But I don't think you do. Do we need a cleanse? We need this. Do we want this instead? Like, I think you have some options, but I think honestly, like, these three are probably the core of most of your dungeon teams. But this would probably be good too. Yeah, maybe we don't need Cleopteryx. Then maybe do something like that. I'm curious. I mean, these champions aren't built for it, but I'm curious to see how this goes. So you have the AoE damage from Ray. You could also bring in an ally attacker. Like Mikage would be perfect for this, right? Because Mikage gives you an AoE stun plus an ally attack. So basically what you're doing is, you're locking this team in place because you've got 2 turn meter decreasers, you've got all the turn meter fill, then you've got the freeze. Bad Alcazar might not be needed here. He might not be necessary to have a cleanser. You might want another damage dealer. So that's why I was thinking Cleopteryx. Like, the waves aren't going to get a turn. Artak could be good here. Like, if you had an AoE HP burner, somebody who's got activations, poison activations, or HP burn activations. So I'm thinking you bring in Calvalax, but without a second activator, like without an activator for Calvalax, I don't think he's faster. And again, remember that Astrid here is running slow. Lysandra is running slow. Like, these champions should be running even faster than they're running. And Androck's not a true damage dealer, and Ray's not really built quite right. Hey, Austin. Yeah, so there's basically what happens is every Tuesday, usually somewhere between 1 and 2 p.m., I get on, and all you have to do is be a member of my Discord community. So you can just join. There's a link in the description of this video. And then there's a channel called the Coaching Corner, or an area called the Coaching Corner. And there's a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. And all you do is you go in there, you react to the message that adds you to a wheel. We spin a wheel. And basically we usually do 2 takeovers a week. And then it's every 90 days you can win a takeover. So this is probably going to be not faster. Like, but theoretically, it could be faster, right? This is why I have this is why I have Bad Alcazar in for this, for the cleanses here on the boss, and the poisons don't hurt. We don't have a decrease attack here, which is a little bit problematic. And I didn't bring a reviver. Yeah, we might lose this. Might not. I mean, I don't know if Androck can solo it. But I think, you know, when you're thinking about speeding up your team, like, because a 4-minute dragon run, sorry about that, buddy. 4-minute dragon run is too slow. You want this to be, you know, 2 minutes or less. Androck may be not the right guy there. That L may also not be the right guy there. I think we need another damage dealer. I mean, this should do it, but I don't know how fast. But anyway, my my point is that each champion has a primary purpose, like a primary role for their kit. And every champion should be built with that in mind, especially in the early game and the mid game. But even as you get late, like you specialize champions, there are some champions who can do multiple roles. But so too often what I see is like Astrid is a support champion that enables other champions. She empowers the rest of your roster. She is giving you more turns than the enemy. She is giving you the buffs that you need to be strong. But she herself doesn't need to do any damage in order to do that. All she needs to do is do that as much as possible. If you have an empowerment champion, if you have a champion like Deacon Armstrong, who enables your other champions to be stronger, if you have a champion like Seeker, who enables your champions to be stronger, Arbiter, Lysandra, Elva, any champions that enable your other champions to be stronger, they need to be survivable. And then the more frequently they can do their job, the better off they are. So speed, accuracy if they have debuffs, a extra turn mechanic can be useful. So like in some champions, if you have relentless gear, that can be good. Reflex gear to come back around to important cooldowns can be really good. Refresh accessories, stuff like that, cycle of magic. If you're not speed tuning, so that's a problem, like you want those cooldowns down. So like the faster Astrid goes, the more she multiplies the power of all of the other champions. Like think about, the faster she goes, the more turn meter fill she gives to the damage dealers, which means the more turns the damage dealers take. So they don't need to run fast because Astrid is bringing their speed. She's bringing their speed buff, and then she's bringing their turn meter fill. She's also bringing the increase attack, right? So it's like the faster she goes, the more damage your damage dealers do. And that's you don't think about it that way. You're like, well, if I put a lot of speed into her, then she doesn't have the other stats. It's like, yeah, but her goal isn't to do damage. Like you have attack percentage gauntlets and boots on her, so she hits hard. But then she's not multiplying the damage of the rest of the team as much as she would if she were faster. So your team will do more damage if she does less damage. That's the point, right? And in most of the cases, that's true for supports. They need to be survivable. They need to survive. Like Duchess needs to survive. If Duchess dies here, then the run is over. But she's an AoE reviver. All she needs to do is survive long enough to get everybody, up, and then unfortunately it didn't work out that way. But so when I look to build champions, Like, let's look at Duchess here. Duchess is built nicely. I like her. You know, she's in a good spot, right? A couple of things you can think about is, you know, like, is her resistance worth it versus her speed? So let's say I could trade away 100 resistance and get 40 speed. Would that be worth the trade? Duchess doesn't necessarily have to run fast, but she is a champion. Like, you want to get those block debuffs up before it's necessary, right? Like, she's not a cleanser. So speed kind of matters there. And also, the faster she is, the faster she'll get back around to her revive, that kind of stuff. So want a really tanky with survivability. Ray, on the other hand, right? You want her to hit. Oh, she didn't. Yeah. We don't have any Dark Elves banners. Ouch. But yeah. Anyway. So I think, you know, there are a couple of videos I have out there about how to build champions. Another ancient shard. Buy that too. And I would take a look at those, because I think that, you know, one of the things that I'm noticing here is maybe a little bit of trying to do too much with each champion, right? Rather than specializing each champion. And I think if you just specialize the champion, like optimize them for the one thing they do really, really well, and then that will allow you to progress. Once you progress, that will allow you to get God tier gear eventually that will allow these champions to do 2 things if they can, or 3 things if they can. But in most cases, you only want them to really do one thing really well. And like, again, what's, you know, if you think about like Deacon Armstrong, I like to use him as an example. He does one thing. He does 2 things really well. Like, his kit is built around him doing 2 things really well, which is why, and the same build does both things, right? So you put him in perception gear, and it's like he gives you speed and he gives you that decreased defense. So he's a debuffer. You need the perception for accuracy, and then you need the perception for speed. So it's like perception gear is perfect for Deacon. It's literally custom built for Deacon. And if it's custom built for Deacon, it's custom built for Ash. Like, I would put her potentially in, you know, like at least 1 or 2 sets of perception, and then the other one would be speed. And again, get her as fast as possible. You know, speed is good, but without accuracy, it won't matter, because you need that decreased speed. You need that weaken. You need that turn meter decrease. And you need the brimstone, accuracy for the brimstone as well. Sun is trolling you people. Don't you understand? He says he's the boy under the stairs, but really he's the troll under the bridge. Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Yeah, Bad L can solo a lot of stuff. You could absolutely put him in regen and immortal. Get him enough accuracy to land his poisons. And he can solo most of what can be soloed, he can solo. Like, I don't think he can solo Spider, but he can solo Ice Golem, and he can solo Dragon, and he can solo some of the Doom Tower bosses. He can solo a lot of stuff. But okay. Pulling shards. Not pulling shards today. Yeah, and that's fine too. Like, you know, I mean, when we're talking about Bad L has multiple builds. Most champions have multiple builds. Like, especially these sort of versatile support champions, right? Like, damage dealers, you say they have multiple builds, but they're all built with the same kind of concept. Like, every build is a damage build. You know what I mean? Whereas with Bad L, you like, well, I could build him for damage. I could build him for cleanses. I could build him for poisons. I could build him for soloing. I can build it. Like, you can build him in a lot of different ways that are like actually functionally different. right? Whereas like I'm like, okay, I could build Cleopteryx in crit damage, or I could build her in savage, or I could build her in, you know, offense or divine offense or something. But basically it's just like, how much damage can I get out of her? Right? Whereas like sometimes you have a champion, maybe like Razen's another good idea, right? Like Razen can be built for damage or not. You know, you can build him to debuff or not. Yeah. You know. Use a lightsaber. Yeah, so there are a couple. Let me see if I can find them. Something's going on with my computer right now. Kind of chugging. All right, so here is my channel. And if you just come here, you can hit this little magnifying glass and you can do a search for my channel. If you go up here and do a search, that's in YouTube, right? But if you come down here and do this search, you can just search that. And what I usually say is like, do like a gear, just search for the word gear. And then, you know, there are these 2 videos. Actually, these 3 videos are really good. So don't make these 7 gearing mistakes. Gear your champions the right way and learn how to build any champion. I think those are 3 really good videos. You can see they were all about 7 or 8 months ago. I done them kind of as like pretty close together as a series. Here's another one, you know, build, upgrade, regear, effective free-to-play regearing. That was more recently. And yeah, so definitely come here and check. If you're in the if you're a newer player, let's say you've been playing, I don't know, less than a year, let's say. And I know a year is not a new player, but there chances are that you're still learning about gearing, right? There's still things that you're doing, even from the early game, that have been held over that like you know, because you have to worry about gearing, you have to worry about champions, you got to worry about all the fights, you got to get into all these different things. So spend some time really studying the way to gear effectively for your philosophy, for how you play the game. There are some things that are universally true, and then there are other things that are just choices. Do you know what I mean? Like speed being a universal multiplier is a rule of the game. That's just a mechanic that's built into the game. And I call it the universal multiplier because like I was talking about with Astrid, the more speed you have, the more often you fire your skills. And when you think about the power that comes from a champion, some of the power comes from stats and some of the power comes from skills. So like your champion hits hard because it's an attack-based nuker who has a lot of attack, has a lot of crit rate, has a lot of crit damage. That's where some of the damage comes from. And then the rest of the damage comes from how often does that attack fire, right? What is the condition of the enemy? Are there debuffs on the enemy? Is there a decreased defense? Is there a weaken, right? Like, do I fire 1 attack every, 3 turns of the enemy, or do I fire 3 attacks for every 1 turn of the enemy? That's a whole lot of difference. So speed is that universal multiplier. The more often you get the buffs up, the more often you get the debuffs up, the more often you attack, the more damage you do. Same thing with all of those sustain skills. The more frequently you get the buffs up, the more frequently you cleanse, the better off you tend to be. That's why speed is the universal multiplier. And that's true across everything. But then there are other situations that are choices. Like, do you build an Artak in Regen and Immortal, or do you put him in a damage set and build him with 100% crit rate and crit damage? It depends on what you're using him for. And both are viable, but there is a good way to do each. And so you have to decide, where's my Artak going to provide me with more value, and make a conscious choice as opposed to just like not understanding why you're building what you're building, Anyway, so go check out those videos. They're all pretty good. Okay, I didn't do a poll. I didn't do a poll today, so I'm going to do a poll to end our stream here. Let's go ahead and start a poll. Will you be using? So really quickly, will you be going for the fusion? I'm curious to see if people will be going for the fusion this week or this month. I haven't decided yet. I think I probably will go. I'm probably going to go for it just because it's content. But. Am I having an issue with my live stream here? Okay, we're going. All right, so I will be back next Tuesday for more live streams, more takeovers. Back next Tuesday, and again, if you haven't done this before, you want to be a member of the Discord community, you can do that at any time. Also, subscribe to the channel so you get notifications. In addition, we're coming up on our 1-year anniversary. We'll be talking about that more in the future, and I'm hoping to get more videos out. If you are looking for Wixwell help, I will have another video out later this week, which will probably be my last Wixwell video for the foreseeable future, but I think it will potentially clarify some issues that maybe are still uncertain. I'm still learning. I'm still learning about the whole Wixwell thing. It's cool. I've really enjoyed it. It has taught me a lot. So yeah, it's always cool that, after 3 years of playing, you can still learn new stuff. And Wixwell has just opened up like this new, it's not mechanicism, but dynamic, I guess I would call it, this new dynamic in the game, which is just like fun. Now you get to experiment again and theory craft and have fun with that. So, oh, Darren, have a happy birthday Saturday. Everybody wish Darren a happy birthday. Yeah. And I will see you all next week. Thanks for hanging out. That's it. Say goodbye, son. Bye, everybody. I've been Aaron. All right. I'll see y'all later.